morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. A wall of water surged through East Thermopolis late Wednesday, stranding people and breaking a gas main after 4.5 inches of rain fell in an hour near the town. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that one resident said he heard a roaring coming in his direction.
It was a really intense 2 hours Wednesday night. It was clear skies when at 10 o'clock, a flash flood hit. Steve Nally was at home when he heard this roar. He called 911. By the time he got a hold of dispatch, the wall of water had already hit his house. Another resident, she was actually trapped in her house. Morgan talked about going outside to rescue her dog. Once she got back in her house, Morgan said that she could feel it moving and she really thought she was going to die. Chief Cornwall said that this is the worst flooding he has ever seen.
Meteorologist Straub said that the thunderstorm that caused all the damage developed about 10 miles east of Thermopolis and just kind of sat there for about an hour and a half. Megan Degenfelder's campaign for Wyoming governor released a video early Thursday of President Donald Trump doubling down on his endorsement of her. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the push comes with a month to go before Wyoming's hotly contested Republican primary election.
We've got a month before the primary election, which in Wyoming generally involves a huge standoff between Republicans of all stripes. And Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder garnered the Trump endorsement back in January, while the president doubled down on Thursday, reiterating his endorsement. Trump varies on when he gives endorsements. Degenfelder's is among the earliest that we've ever seen, 7 months before the primary election. She said that she was deeply honored to have the president's support and grateful that he took the time to speak directly to the people of Wyoming.
Trump has not endorsed anyone in the hotly contested U.S. House race, where 10 Republicans vie for the nomination. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 7 teens were arrested Wednesday in a sweeping western Nebraska raid over illegal machine guns and drugs. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that investigators say they found Instagram posts of the teens posing with and firing Glock-style guns equipped with illegal switches.
Federal authorities say that illegal Glock switches have become one of the fastest growing criminal trends that they're seeing in America, with a near 800% spike in the last few years. And that is reflected in a recent criminal case where 7 teenagers in western Nebraska were arrested on Wednesday for possessing these illegal machine guns, as well as cocaine. A spokeswoman with the ATF said that these are really concerning weapons because they're easy to conceal and they fire at an extremely high rate. All of the teenagers appeared for their initial hearing on Wednesday afternoon in Scottsbluff County Circuit Court. This criminal case came to light when investigators flagged suspicious activity on social media, where they saw the stolen guns posted in videos and a series of pictures online. In fact, one of the defendants was even seen pointing it at another defendant.
According to ATF, recoveries of suspected machine gun conversion devices increased from 658 in 2019 to 5,816 in 2023. Agency spokesperson Ashley Sherrill tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "They present a significant public safety concern." More than 23,000 birds and bats were killed by wind turbines in Wyoming in 2025, according to a report presented Wednesday to the State Game and Fish Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to an official, quote, "They're flying around and they're not paying attention to those blades."
Game and Fish, they don't set the policy. It's the Industrial Sighting Commission that really says yes or no. They're the ones that have the power over the licenses for these operations. What Game and Fish does is before the project is built, they come in and they work with the developer developer to kind of give them advice on how to mitigate or avoid conflicts with wildlife. And then after the fact, they will do some monitoring as well and maybe suggest some solutions.
Wyoming Game and Fish Habitat Protection Program Supervisor Will Schultz tells Cowboy State Daily that in some cases, painting one blade of the wind turbine black helps birds see it before it's too late. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Hey there! It's a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Great to have you along with us as we usher in the weekend. Guests today include Tony Sabaj. We'll have him on, and he's going to help safeguard our internet traffic. Anything you do, it doesn't have to be online. Sometimes you get a phone call. We're going to help you avoid getting scammed. Todd Thomas will drop in this hour. He's OpenAI's he's going to talk about the OpenAI CEO announcement that maybe AI isn't going to take all our jobs. Maybe AI is going to help create more jobs. Todd Thomas was some uplifting info. Luther Propst is on the Board of County Commissioners in Teton County. He'll be on the show to talk about the idea of building affordable housing on top of a morgue. Is that ever a good idea? Commissioner Propst and his colleagues think it's the only idea. Dan Dorsch, he's executive director of Habitat for Humanity in Laramie County, and a project going on there, affordable housing in Laramie County, that's already having positive impacts on the community. Bill Sniffin joins us on a Friday. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, who's running for re-election, sort of. He's running for a lot of things. I mean, literally running. But he's not spending a lot of time campaigning. We'll tell you what Sheriff Bakken's up to lately. Aaron Brown's here, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Representative John Baer warns against the wave of socialism washing across the nation. And Representative Ann Lucas, HD 43, gives us an update on her campaign. That's all happening this Friday. First, a weather forecast. The Don Day weather forecast. Sunny, breezy in Casper, 96 the high. Lander, you should top out about 92. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Evanston, rain likely sometime in the afternoon. Clouds building, 84 the high. Rock Springs, 91. Clouds increasing. Pinedale, slight chance of afternoon rain, otherwise partly sunny with highs 85. Afton, probably going to see an afternoon shower, 87, your high in Afton. DuBois, chance of rain in the afternoon as clouds build, 81 the high. Jackson, rain in the afternoon, partly sunny until then, highs in the upper 80s. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, hot, 97 the high in Thermopolis. After all that flooding, my goodness, that is the lead story today. What does 4.5 inches of rain do to Thermopolis? You don't want to know. Cody, chance of rain after 2-ish. Clouds increasing, 91 the high. Buffalo, chance of rain About 1 in the afternoon as clouds build. Highs 93 in Buffalo. Slight chance of rain in Sheridan with highs 96. Gillette, mostly sunny, 97. Newcastle, 95 with a slight chance of an afternoon shower. Torrington, sunny, upper 90s. Douglas, same. Cheyenne, sunshine, upper 80s, mid 80s in Laramie with plenty of sun. Rawlins, sunny and 89. Monsoon moisture creeping into the picture just as Nande promised. I'd say it's more than slowly creeping in when it dumped 4.5 inches of rain on Thermopolis in 1 hour. 1 hour! That never happens. That's impossible. Don told us that yesterday. I said, that's not possible. Thermopolis gets like 9 inches of rain all year, or 9 inches of moisture. This is half of what Thermopolis would get in a calendar year, and it fell in one hour. No wonder 911 was fielding calls like this one. You need to send rescue out here. We're in trouble. Steve Nally, East Thermopolis. I heard this roaring coming in my direction. It was a wall of water. I love one eyewitness who said initially he thought the water was rats. Like, why is that the first place you go to? I don't mean to make fun, but one... Who was that? Now I got to search the story to find the word rats. Oh, yeah. Micah. Oh, no wonder. It's an 11-year-old. All right. Micah Moon went outside about 9:45 at night. He saw the flood rushing down the street at his home, headed right at his home in East Thermont. And 11-year-old Micah said, I thought there were just lots of rats going down the street. Micah, where do you live? What kind of neighborhood are you in, kid? Where your first thought, I can understand water at night may not seem, the way the light gleams off it. Plus, you're not expecting water to be rushing down the street. So your mind probably manufactures another image. But why rats? Did you watch a recent movie? Were you watching something on Netflix, Micah, that you weren't supposed to be? How do you think? I thought there were a bunch of rats running down the street. Then he said, I looked closer and realized it was water. Okay. It's disturbing that the first place Micah goes is a street full of rats. It is Thermopolis, with all apologies to Jackie Dorothy. But rats? It was water, and it was bad. You've seen the photos, you've seen the videos on the Cowboy State Daily Story. Jackie Dorothy is based in Thermopolis, so this is right here. That's news come right to her doorstep. And water right to her doorstep, probably. Ranchers off Buffalo Creek, worst they've ever seen it, as that thing was overflowing. This is, again, an area of Wyoming that doesn't sees maybe 9 inches or so, I think, in a year. So to get 4+ inches of moisture that in an hour in one event, the ground won't soak it up. If you know anything about Wyoming ground, if you ever dug a fence post hole, the ground doesn't suck up moisture like it does in maybe Iowa or somewhere in the Midwest where they grow stuff. Dante said Thermopolis usually gets around 9 inches of precipitation the whole year. So 4.25 inches officially in 1 hour on Wednesday is bizarre. And that's all that monsoonal moisture, which is not bizarre. That's pretty usual. Kind of late July into some of August, you'll get monsoon moisture out of the southwest And it brings those afternoon thunderstorms to Wyoming. Now, typically they're, 15-minute events. Some boom, some crash, some rain, and it's gone. But this one stalled. And we'll ask Don maybe if he knows why. This system just kind of stayed in place for about an hour and a half and just dumped. Wow. Big story. Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily. Groundbreaking legislation being proposed by state lawmakers. Wyoming legislators, according to Claire McFarland, working on a bill that would give Wyomingites property rights over their own personal data. Does this sound like name and image and likeness? Does it sound like the collegiate NIL money? You have a right to protect your name, image, and likeness, or at least your own personal data. There was another bill proposed that's being drafted that would restrict license plate reader usage. All these efforts would make, if they pass, the strongest privacy rights on the planet, said one lawmaker, as legislators are concerned with the spying eyes of Big Brother and private enterprise. You'd be surprised how many corporations, how many people, anyone who wants to look, you'd be surprised what they can find out about you. I say they, whoever. I could. If I wanted to search stuff up on you, I could find a lot of personal data on you. It's all out there somewhere, including video, images from cameras, and a lot of other stuff that you might be surprised is accessible to people. Do you have a right to safeguard your own personal data? Wyoming legislators, at least some, believe you do. And they're working on laws that would guard that. The galloping horse is up on the Wrangler, as we told you yesterday. Greg Johnson has that story. They didn't have power up there, so they put it up yesterday, but they couldn't get him galloping. He'll gallop today. The 400-pound folk art piece of Americana will be galloping away today. And not away, he's going to be fixed up on that roof and hopefully galloping for quite some time. Another flash flood up in Park County has destroyed a bridge and cut off access for some Park County residents as part of a bridge over the Shoshone River was damaged or compromised. A wall of debris building up. They are burning some diesel to try to fix that. Moving big log jams, overflowed banks, muddy water. Andrew Rossi, who is in the Cody area, eyewitness, is on the scene for Cowboy State Daily. And flash flooding in Park County. In addition to the Thermop, which is in Hot Springs County. Wyoming wind turbines, would you say, if you didn't know, one of the reasons to be opposed to wind power and wind turbines is they kill a lot of birds. We've all heard that. What's a lot? Or they kill birds. I don't want to put that notion in your brain. If you're asked, let's say you were on that 5-member SLIB board and you're being asked about a certain wind project. I mean, some of the first things you want to know is how much energy does it create? Who has to look at it? And then general concerns like, I heard these things kill birds, like birds fly into them. Is that really an issue? And how many birds do they kill? And if I drop a number on you, I want to see if you think that's a lot, if you think that's a little, like, acceptable collateral damage. When I heard the number, me personally, I thought it was kind of a lot. I would not have thought the number was this high, only because I can't envision birds flying into wind turbines. I still don't understand. I mean, birds are kind of smart. I've seen birds do smart things, and then I've seen birds do dumb things, but birds flying into a wind turbine. Mark Hines writes the story, and he quotes one official from, I think, Game and Fish Commission, who said, birds are not paying attention. I guess not. 23,000 birds and bats were killed by wind turbines in Wyoming alone in 2025, last year. That's the ones we know of. 23,000 birds and bats. Is that a lot? Is that a little? Is that somewhere medium? Interesting. Mark Hines just lays it out there for you. Game and Fish Commission is concerned, but there's very little they can do as a wildlife management agency. They can't regulate turbines. They don't have a vote in the fight, a seat at the table, etc. And there's nothing, if one wind turbine is slaughtering golden eagles, the Game and Fish can't say shut it down. They can't. They don't have that authority. 23,000. I thought that was a lot in 1 year. I mean, these birds got to get smarter, I think, or we take all these windmills down. There was one notion of painting a blade, one of the blades of a windmill, painting it black, and maybe birds can see that better. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what birds see. I don't know if they're colorblind. I don't know how they miss these turbines. They don't seem to be spinning that fast to me. But apparently they do. They can. I just don't get wind turbines spinning and hitting a bird. Although, yes, if you're an eagle, if you're some kind of raptor and your food is moles and voles and mice and ground squirrels and stuff, I guess if you're cruising and you're looking, your eyes are locked in on the ground, you're looking for movement. You're looking for that chiseler to pop his head out of a hole, and you're kind of zeroed in on that, soaring around. Next thing you know, there's a wind turbine. Whap! I guess maybe you could. Lights out. Okay, we got guests coming up. Tony Sabaj is going to be with us, and we're going to chat about keeping yourself secure. Do you think you would not fall for whatever the latest scam is, jury duty, unpaid traffic tickets, whatever? Next thing you know, you empty your bank account and you got scammed. You think it'll never be you, don't you? Be careful.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We're back on a finally Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, and consider this your heads up warning to stay safe out there, not just on the interwebs and cyberspace, anywhere. Like if the phone rings, you almost can't trust anything these days. Tony Sabaj is with us. He's an industry leader in the cybersecurity tech field. He serves now as the head of America's channel's SE Checkpoint Software Technologies Ltd. He's just an expert on staying safe in today's scammy world, Tony.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on. You'd be surprised, how sophisticated stuff has gotten from the old days when you had a crew pull into your driveway saying, we can repave your driveway. We can reside your house. Today's scams, a lot of them happen on the interwebs, and boy, are they good. I personally know one or two people that I was surprised were duped, fell for scams, lost money. So yeah, where do you want to start? I guess, what do you see right now as the biggest threat? As soon as we click online, we open our browser, we're at risk. Bam, just like that. AI is a lot of it. AI has been helpful, but it's also opened the door to scamming.
Absolutely. I think with the rise of AI, some of the things that would normally set people off to be suspicious of something are much harder to detect. A lot of times you get a call or an email, and the grammar wasn't great, or the flow of the email didn't sound like natural English. And now with AI, a lot of these scammers from, other countries that, English isn't their first language, can make very convincing emails. You can even do it with, voice and video now, where it's very difficult to determine what's AI and what's not AI, even from a voice and video perspective, not just from a proper English text perspective.
Oh, Tony, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yes, a dead giveaway from that email from the prince of fill in the blank was the bad grammar, but AI can fix that for you now. So if you're, in Pakistan working in your cubicle, trying to scam that Chicago widow, your grammar looks better. AI helped you. You know what AI also does is it can go out and comb the internet for info about you. That's why a lot of these scams work. People are convinced because they know so much about me. They knew I had a insurance policy with whatever, or they know so much about it. That's one foot in the door, huh?
Yeah, and there's, we see breaches all the time. Some of them aren't, many of them aren't the consumer's fault. Many places have your personal information. They get breached. That information becomes available on the deep and dark web. So even you just go into Google and say, what do you know about me? There's a lot of information on the deep and dark web that doesn't get indexed by Google or, public AI. And you have people selling that information and building kind of dossiers on people, so you can fall for a scam because they know you bank at, this corner bank down the street, and they may have your number, and then they can say that they're from, that organization, because, how would some random person in, North Korea know that, I'm banking at the local credit union down the street? So it's becoming, much more difficult for people to just use their, their own sort of spidey senses to find out these scams.
Yeah, and some of the other things I look for is where, if I'm getting an email, where does it appear to derive from? I look at the email and I see the logo of the company they're pretending to be, and I think, oh, that's legit. AI could have just gone and grabbed that logo for them. Or I see a phone number. I get a phone call, and the phone number seems legit. It might be an 800 number, a local number. It seems legit, but all that stuff can be faked.
Absolutely. Especially, you brought up maybe an email that looks like it's from the company. Using AI to say, don't just steal the logo of, my bank, go out and look and actually create an email that looks just like a credit collections form from that bank. And, you can spoof phone numbers. I think what really people need to look out for is common sense is still probably the best defense here. But, really looking at things that are a sense of urgency. Anytime banks aren't going to try and fear you into something. They're not going to, say you have to do this in the next 20 minutes, or they're not going to say, oh, we're going to send the, collection agencies after you. Banks don't communicate and do it that way, but it preys on people's own, anytime you have a sense of urgency and a sense of fear, people want to get rid of that anxiety. So they're going to do what, these scammers are saying, whether it's video, voice, or, electronic communication.
Listen up, listeners and viewers. Tony Sabaj is with us. He does this for a living. Let's talk about some of those red flags, Tony. Not all scams are looking to immediately take money from you. We'll talk about those in a minute, but let's talk about those bank fraud things. Certainly a red flag is time. Whenever there's an urgency, you got to do this now. You got to do it within an hour. You got to do it by the end of the close of the business day. Red flag.
Right. That's one. Another is, some of the recent ones is, the bank will tell you, oh, you're helping law enforcement. Banks aren't going to have you get involved in active cases. They're not going to ask you to withdraw money. The bank may freeze your bank account if they see suspicious activity, and that would be something legit, but they're not going to ask you to move your money to another account or another bank, or withdraw cash and, go deposit it somewhere else. Those are huge red flags. If they're asking you to move your money around, that is not going to be a legitimate ask by a bank for a fraud case.
Right. If at any time you find yourself at the Bitcoin ATM machine in a gas station, you got to question yourself. Or if you're at the bank teller ready to withdraw all the money in your account because you're working with the FBI. Shame on you, CBS News correspondent Matt. He almost got duped on one of these deals. Is this a real scam where the bank calls you, alerts you to a fraud activity going on, and say, you can help us here by doing this, this, and this? What?
Yeah, and it's depending on exactly how that scam was, and I didn't see the text of it or obviously, what they said, but they convinced a very intelligent person to almost go to the bank and withdraw money and move it. And either they're going to have them move it to a fake account, or since this guy was somewhat of a public, figure, maybe they knew where he lived and where he was going, and they were, going to go, old school rob him when he took the cash out and had it in his, in his briefcase. So those are, and it just goes to show how people can fall for these things. We see these attacks prey on elderly too, where they'll do the grandson, granddaughter, deep fake of voices or even video now, and say, hey, grandma, grandpa, I went on vacation with my friends and you need to wire me $5,000 because our car broke down. And, people fall for this stuff all the time because people want to help. And, it's the same thing with bank scams. If someone's asking you to take out money and, send it somewhere else, or, FedEx a wad of cash to somebody, that is not good. Or transfer stuff to Bitcoin or transfer it to another bank.
Yeah.
Those are huge red flags from a scam perspective.
Right. Handing over cash, gift cards, anything that you would think is a non-traceable transaction, guess what? That is probably a reason for that. Well, geez, Tony, if I'm just not going to believe anything, then let's flip the coin and say, when can you maybe believe that the bank is calling you because there is an issue? We're often hear things like, we will never call you. We'll only send an email, or the other way. We'll never. Right. So what might appear legit? What might be legit? Anything?
Yeah. I mean, what I would, do if you get a phone call from a bank and you have any inkling that it's going to be, that it's a scam, I would hang up that phone and I would contact the bank through the methods that are legit. Like, call the bank number on the back of your credit card, or, on your actual statements, or, go into the banking app and do a chat, within the app, with the bank and say, hey, is there fraud on my account? I just got a call from, so-and-so said he's representing the bank. Is this legitimate? So always, and same thing with emails. I can send an email and I can say it came from anybody, but if you look at the actual address, if you look at the details of that email, it could say it comes from, mybank.com. But if I go and actually look at the actual details within the email, I can see that it came from, some random address and not the actual, bank or so again, go to, don't follow links in those things. If you think it's suspicious, go to type in the URL of the bank into your browser. Don't click on the link in the email, or call the bank with the known numbers to be able to verify that would be the first thing to do.
Good.
Usually gets rid of any of the fraud.
Good point, Tony. Tony Sabaj is with us. Yeah, contact that institution, whatever it is, by methods and trust you've done before. Let me call you back. That's usually going to end 90% of the scams, because they'll say, no, you can't do that. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and if they're trying to keep you on the line, that's another big red flag. 'Cause once you pick up, they know if you hang up, they're not going to be successful. So if there's make sure you stay in the line, don't hang up. If it's a bank and you hang up on them, they have a way of calling you back, because they'll, their phone systems will be like, oh, I got disconnected, I'll call this known number back. Or, you can always call them back. So it's that sense of urgency. It's that keeping you on the line. Those are huge scamming techniques that, a lot of people tend to fall for.
What kind of information would surprise people that's out there about them on average in general? So when these companies call or contact you, they know so much about you. Sometimes they'll say, they'll read your phone number back to you and they'll asterisk out all the numbers except for the last 4, because they know that, all this stuff looks so good. But this stuff is out there. You'd be surprised what's out there about you, right?
Yeah, and it's not just as simple as, Googling yourself, is as great of a job as Google and other search engines do. They're really only indexing, a small percentage of the internet. The rest is, what we call the deep and dark web. The deep web is stuff that's kind of beyond, that's, behind authentication or behind things that you just can't get to. And then the dark web is a whole sort of underground that you can only get to using special VPN browsers, and you kind of have to know your way around. It's not a simple search, but there's stuff for sale out there. It's amazing, and it's not all from a single breach. Maybe maybe some restaurant was breached and they got your credit card information, and then something else was breached. A medical facility, so now they have some of your billing information, and you can sort of put this information together to kind of get a good profile of an individual or multiple individuals to try these scams against. And sometimes some of the scams are just information gathering scams. We just found an email campaign that was being sent to students for kind of remote summer work, and it was coming from a legitimate email address. It was a compromised email address. They were sending out a Google Docs form to fill out information to see if you qualify for a job. There's nothing malicious about it. It was purely either an information gathering to use that information. They were asking for bank information to say, oh, if we hire you, we're going to need to be able to, direct deposit your check. So they were asking for that type of information. and they were either trying to just gather information about people, or they were trying to recruit people either willingly or unwillingly to do money laundering, which is what a lot of these scams are also doing. So it could just be a scam to get information to then use at a later date for something more nefarious.
Oh man, I did. You've moved us into the next area of topic. I did want to say not everything's money. I mean, obviously, when you're asked to pay your fine for missing jury duty with a Target gift card, that should be a pretty good red flag, duh. But yeah, sometimes they just want you to give them a little more info. Fill in this password, social security number. We have your social. We just don't know the last four. I'm really nervous about that stuff. They're trying to find info, and the next thing you know, something gets hacked.
Yeah, exactly.
Good stuff to be aware of, Tony. Anything else? Oh, let me ask you about reporting. Let's say you do suspect, and you're probably right, and you hang up the phone and you throw away that email and reclassify it as junk. Should you report any of this? Because whenever we talk to authorities, they say, this nickel and dime stuff is so hard to trace and do anything about. It's got to be big money things we go after. What should you do? Alert your bank? Who do you tell?
Yeah, I mean, I would alert the bank. Your average local police department isn't going to be able to do a whole lot. Not that they're not, they just don't have the resources.
Yeah.
You can report this to the CISA organization, so the Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency. So they're sort of the cybersecurity group of the government. There's a way to report it if you go to CISA.gov, CISA.gov. You can report there, and that's obviously at a federal level. Being funded, through different, law enforcement and protection agencies within the U.S. government, and they're seeing a lot of this. So if somebody, in Florida is reporting the same type of scan of somebody in, Wyoming or Montana or Washington State or wherever, they can correlate some of that information better than kind of local agencies. So that's always also a good place to report it. And, the Better Business Bureau, they take a lot of this seriously. They're a nationwide organization that can correlate some of this information, but there are ways to report it, through, CISA, which is in work very closely with the FBI. So there's ways to report that. The FBI has their own cybercrime division that tracks down a lot of this stuff. So that's where I would report it to the bank, and to, the FBI is going to help you more in conjunction with CISA than your local authorities. But if it is a local, if you did get money scammed, obviously file a police report with your local organization, because that's how you can track this and maybe get some restitution if it's possible.
Right. If there's been a crime, you got to report that. Maybe you get your money back by some means, but at least that info, that report helps connect dots wherever this scam might be happening. One last thing I just thought of, Tony, before we let you go, the amount of spam emails I get and the amount of scamming going on, there's no one person or 1,000 persons that can be sitting there doing this. This is AI. This is chat. These are robot. How much, give me an idea, how much of this stuff has just been turned loose and going on its own trying to get us?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing, a rise in spam and malicious emails just due to the use of AI, being able to create these things faster, being able to have bots that go out there and change the format of the email so it doesn't get caught by simple tools that are just being like, oh, here's the format of a scam.
Yeah.
I see this again, I'm going to block it. So they can morph it over time. So, kind of signature-based solutions will not be as effective. But then again, using AI to help find this. I mean, the email scam that I talked about that was just looking for information, there's nothing malicious in it. It wasn't a malicious link. It was a compromised valid email address. There was no malware in the email. The link was valid that it was asking you to go to, but we found it with AI saying, hey, this doesn't look right. Why would you be asking for bank information before you've even got a job offer? And we used AI to say, hey, this isn't good. And then did more research and found out it was a compromised email box and worked with that organization. But that was using AI to, find, a phishing email campaign that wouldn't have been caught by looking at sort of the traditional markers that you would normally look for.
Well, with all the benefits and upside it's brought us, the interwebs can be a scary, deep, dark place. And guys like Tony Sabaj trying to help keep us safe. Tony, thanks for being on.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Have a safe day on the internet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back after this break.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
All right, let's get right back at it. The topic continues to be, I guess, artificial intelligence and what benefits it could and should bring us. I think there was, and maybe still is, a little fear that AI, as far as how it works in the workforce, is it would take jobs, especially entry-level jobs. Think about it. AI does those menial tasks that nobody wants to do and you don't get paid enough to do. We're all going to be middle-level managers and bosses, and there'll be no worker bees left, right? That was the one fear of AI. But there's new softening of the warning. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says, well, hold on. AI isn't taking jobs. It may be creating new ones we never knew were there, and there may be a multiplier effect. And that's why we need to talk to this guy. Todd Thomas is on the show, best-selling author, television host, AI entrepreneur, CEO of Woodchuck.ai. Is AI going to take our jobs, or is it going to make things better and create more opportunity in the workplace, Todd?
Thanks for having me on. And yeah, I think the AI job apocalypse is certainly overstated. And that's not what we're seeing. There have been multiple reports that have come out recently that have shown that companies that are embracing AI and really using it are actually growing faster and hiring more. And to your point, that's particularly true at the entry level. Companies are finding they can hire entry level employees and pair them with AI and get them up to speed and producing more value faster. So they're actually hiring more than companies that are not using AI.
Okay, give me an example, because I'm thinking, let's say you're a small business and you want to create a Facebook ad. AI is so good at doing it. Maybe you have a graphics department, you have a marketing manager, and that person, I guess, can work alongside AI, and together, the artificial intelligence, they both can create a better ad, but you need a person?
You absolutely need a person. Yes, AI can do great stuff with graphics. Gen AI is great at creating kind of any kind of graphic you want. They can create ads, they can create websites, they can do tons of stuff for you, but you still need a human to drive that. What does the ad need to look like? What does it need to say? What is the content? And who's going to communicate that to your client and sell that to the client? So if you can take a lot of those repetitive, easy tasks and put that on AI, it frees your team to have more face time, more interconnection with your clients. So you can probably have that same sales guy selling more, creating more ads that your graphic team needs to create.
Now,
so you can think of think of AI as the personal assistant or the team for every employee. If you could hire a nearly free assistant and team for every employee you have, how much can that multiply the amount of work that you can do?
Yeah, I like it. Can we call this AI assistant Barbara or Bob? Bob, run out for donuts and coffee for the crew. We're about to have a meeting. Yes, I get it. All right, everybody gets their own personal assistant. It's AI. Now, it's early to tell. Many of us are just trying to learn what AI even is and how it's going to help us and not, eventually kill us like all the sci-fi movies say with bad coding as AI learns more and more. So the jury's probably still out, but where are we now? What is the data showing, Todd? You're saying we don't see this job apocalypse, jobs that, we're not falling off a cliff. Are we seeing steady growth, still growth? Like what do the numbers say so far?
The numbers say that AI is doing exactly what most major technology advancements have always done throughout history. When they come out, they do make some jobs obsolete. Some jobs will disappear. And people that have those jobs or have industries that rely on those jobs get scared. And there's a lot of fear. But every time this new technology, whatever it may be, the calculator, the computer, the laptop computer, they create more jobs. So yes, some jobs will disappear. Some jobs will be obsolete, but new jobs, better jobs, more complex, higher level thinking jobs, better paying jobs almost always get created. So in the long run, these technology improvements, while they will certainly scare some people and there will need to be some job transition, on net, it's going to create more jobs and higher paying jobs.
Todd, I'm an admitted OG and nervous about AI. Don't know enough about AI. Here's the scenario I'm thinking of. Previously you had a whole bunch of worker bees, people, and they assembled something on an assembly line. Well, now you can have robots do the assembling, but you might need to hire a few more quality control check guys, humans, to make sure that those things were assembled right, or the speed of which you can make your widget. Instead of making 30 an hour, you're now making 100 an hour. So you got to sell them things. You need to hire more salesmen to sell all your widgets. So I can see why the jobs would be created. And then there's the jobs that we aren't even thinking of. Are there any examples of jobs that you see? If you can tell a kid heading to college right now, here's a field you ought to get into because AI is going to blow this up.
AI is going to be in every industry. Decades ago, when I came out of college, the big thing, everybody had to be good at spreadsheets, right? You need to be able to create a spreadsheet and plug in formulas and analyze things, right? Today, I think those table stakes are AI, and I would say specifically agentic AI. Every kid coming out, whatever industry they're going into, it doesn't matter. Learn agentic AI, make it part of your tool set, and it will help you in whatever field you want to go into. So I was talking yesterday with a guy named Austin Park. He's a very admittedly blue collar guy. His business is installing signage and signage on buildings, wraps on cars. So, he's out there doing it, installing it with his hands. He absolutely loves agentic AI because it takes all the back office stuff off of his plate, email, correspondence, a lot of the design stuff that you mentioned earlier, takes that off his plate so he can spend more time interacting with his clients and actually out in the field doing the actual installations. So he is a blue collar guy doing a physical build it with your hands job. And he says he is making way more money because agentic AI is freeing him to spend time with clients and in the field, not on the computer back in his office.
Todd, are you finding that business leaders, business decision makers, while initially they may have, the knee-jerk thing might have been, I can use AI to cut costs, are they now finding they can use artificial intelligence and all that tech to actually job growth, and which means adding more employees eventually?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the companies that are succeeding right now are viewing AI as a force multiplier, a tool that they can pair with humans so that you can do more work and probably better high quality work with the same amount of people. And we're even seeing, I think it was Ford just recently rehired a bunch of their engineers that they had originally let go. So I think we're seeing, yes, job growth driven by AI, and a lot of those initial knee-jerk releases of people, those people are being brought back because you still need human beings making high-level decisions. You need human beings guiding and driving the AI. So AI, in my view, and I would say the view of the companies that are really growing and being successful right now, is AI is not a human being replacer. It's a human being force multiplier.
Are there any particular industries or actual companies you can think of that are getting AI right, that have embraced it? They're AI forward, they get it, and it's working for them hand in hand. And then maybe some areas where, we need room for improvement. They just aren't figuring it out yet. They aren't getting their arms around AI.
So customer service, finance functions, these guys are getting it right quite a bit, and you're seeing that everywhere. Even if you don't realize it, everybody's interacting with AI every day. It's working really well. I think the other area you see it is in software development. Right? Software development has been one of the fastest growing jobs and secure places for young people to go for decades. And people were really freaking out that, that's the end of that. We're not going to have coders anymore. But what we're seeing is software shops that are really succeeding. Again, they're taking those same people, but instead of having a single team of 5 developers building one piece of software, they now can divide that up into 5 teams where each human developer has a team of AI agents working under them, and they're able to do 5 times as much work. So it's really multiplying what they're doing. So those industries are all getting it right. But there's a ton of industries that are getting it wrong. And I think the approach that is failing is when companies say, we have to have AI. And they just go out and build an AI program for the sake of building an AI program. And I think you're seeing this with the big consulting firms. Big consulting firms are really suffering right now. They're shrinking. They're losing revenue. And I think the way to use AI is just like every other technology, which is start with the problem you're trying to solve and let the problem define the solution. Maybe it's an AI solution. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a mechanical solution. Maybe it's a simple data science solution, but let the problem define the solution. If you're going out there and just trying to build AI for the sake of building AI, your program is probably going to fail.
AI is changing how people work, and our beginning launching off point was there was one time where we thought AI would take all our jobs. Evidence now is it's creating new ones. And it's kind of a job multiplier as companies embrace it. Businesses embrace AI. This guy's right on the forefront of it, Ted Thomas. Hey, thanks, Todd Thomas. Thanks, Todd, for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Finally Friday. Coming up next hour, we're not nearly done. I hope you weren't planning on going anywhere. It's not the weekend yet. Hang on. Luther Propst joins us, Teton County Commissioner. Don Day weather forecast. Dan Dorsch will be here. He's Habitat for Humanity Executive Director in Laramie County. And they got a project there that they're putting up the walls, the foundation almost done, and it is housing people who need housing. Success story there. Andrew Rossi joins us next hour as well. It's all coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Our own channel. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. We're on X Live, Facebook Live, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, and carried in syndication throughout the state on select radio stations.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. A wall of water surged through East Thermopolis late Wednesday, stranding people and breaking a gas main after 4.5 inches of rain fell in an hour near the town. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that one resident said he heard a roaring coming in his direction.
It was a really intense 2 hours Wednesday night. It was clear skies when at 10 o'clock a flash flood hit. Steve Nally was at home when he heard this roar. He called 911. By the time he got a hold of dispatch, the wall of water had already hit his house. Another resident, she was actually trapped in her house. Morgan talked about going outside to rescue her dog. Once she got back in her house, Morgan said that she could feel it moving and she really thought she was going to die. Chief Cornwall said that this is the worst flooding he has ever seen.
Meteorologist Straub said that the thunderstorm that caused all the damage developed about 10 miles east of Thermopolis and just kind of sat there for about an hour and a half. Megan Degenfelder's campaign for Wyoming governor released a video early Thursday of President Donald Trump doubling down on his endorsement of her. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the push comes with a month to go before Wyoming's hotly contested Republican primary election.
We've got a month before the primary election, which in Wyoming generally involves a huge standoff between Republicans of all stripes. And Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder garnered the Trump endorsement back in January, while the president doubled down on Thursday, reiterating his endorsement. Trump varies on when he gives endorsements. Degenfelder's is among the earliest that we've ever seen, 7 months before the primary election. She said that she was deeply honored to have the president's support and grateful that he took the time to speak directly to the people of Wyoming.
Trump has not endorsed anyone in the hotly contested U.S. House race, where 10 Republicans vie for the nomination. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 7 teens were arrested Wednesday in a sweeping western Nebraska raid over illegal machine guns and drugs. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that investigators say they found Instagram posts of the teens posing with and firing Glock-style guns equipped with illegal switches.
Federal authorities say that illegal Glock switches have become one of the fastest growing criminal trends that they're seeing in America, with a near 800% spike in the last few years. And that is reflected in a recent criminal case where 7 teenagers in western Nebraska were arrested on Wednesday for possessing these illegal machine guns, as well as cocaine. A spokeswoman with the ATF said that these are really concerning weapons because they're easy to conceal and they fire at an extremely high rate. All of the teenagers appeared for their initial hearing on Wednesday afternoon in Scottsbluff County Circuit Court. This criminal case came to light when investigators flagged suspicious activity on social media, where they saw the stolen guns posted in videos and a series of pictures online. In fact, one of the defendants was even seen pointing it at another defendant.
According to ATF, recoveries of suspected machine gun conversion devices increased from 658 in 2019 to 5,816 in 2023. Agency spokesperson Ashley Sherrill tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "They present a significant public safety concern." More than 23,000 birds and bats were killed by wind turbines in Wyoming in 2025, according to a report presented Wednesday to the State Game and Fish Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to an official, quote, they're flying around and they're not paying attention to those blades.
Game and Fish, they don't set the policy. It's the Industrial Sighting Commission that really says yes or no. They're the ones that have the power over the licenses for these operations. What Game and Fish does is before the project is built, they come in and they work with the developer to kind of give them advice on how to mitigate or avoid conflicts with wildlife. And then after the fact, they will do some monitoring as well and maybe suggest some solutions.
Wyoming Game and Fish Habitat Protection Program Supervisor Will Schultz tells Cowboy State Daily that in some cases, painting one blade of the wind turbine black helps birds see it before it's too late. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I have got to get a new coffee maker. This thing is dying. It takes like 2 hours to make a pot of coffee. Used to take 10 minutes. So I'm not properly caffeined up. Even though it seems like I'm working at high speed, that's just because my brain functions faster than most people's. I heard a comment from the peanut gallery known as the bedroom. My brain's going like 90 miles an hour normally. And then when I put coffee in it, it goes 900 miles an hour. And that's how I'm able to do an early morning radio show. Otherwise, like the rest of you, I turn human. I become Clark Kent. And the morning is like... But right now, this coffee is not happening. And neither is Luther. Commissioner Propst, scheduled for this time slot. We're going to talk about affordable housing efforts in Teton County and Jackson, where certainly affordable housing is in short supply. There is an issue, and it ranges from dire and crisis to Teton County, Jackson, which is dire and crisis times 10. Like, it's bad. And there have been times, and there might be times right now, where a lot of your workforce, you know, the bartender that finally noticed you and got you a beer, the server, the hotel maid that made the bed, all the service industry people, you know what? They go home at night to a tent on a campground. Maybe. Or they live, you know, stacked up on a couch. Couch surfing. There's just not enough housing. We all know that. And it's really bad in Jackson. How bad is it? Glad you asked. Jackson, the town of Jackson County Commissioners considering putting affordable housing on top of a morgue. The Teton County Coroner Brent Blue said, boy, I don't advise that. Think of the smell, the formaldehyde. One county coroner candidate. That job is up for election, by the way. The candidate said the smell is like being, quote, downwind of the carcass disposal pit. And you want to put housing on that. That's an indication of, I guess, the desperate nature of housing in Teton County and how sorely it is needed. Certainly. Let's talk to one of our county commissioners here in Teton County. It's Luther Propst joining the show. Commissioner Propst, for real, I'm reading this story. I almost think it could be a headline out of Casper Planet or something. Jackson affordable housing is so dire considering putting housing on top of a morgue. Is this an indication of how sorely housing is needed in Jackson and Teton County, or is does it make dollars and cents as long as you're making a building, put some housing above it?
You nailed it, Jake. Good morning.
Good morning.
I keep thinking it's something that has to do with April Fools or Halloween or something. But it shows the absurdity of the problem that we have. And it also shows that even with the stigma, I suppose, of being above a morgue or the humor of it or whatever the case may be, that it's for the housing on top of the morgue, it's basically free land, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
And it's and then the infrastructure is going in anyway. And we're not talking about making this a permanent year-round home. It's going to be dorm rooms for the seasonal bus drivers in the winter, seasonal camp workers and lifeguards in the summer and things of that sort. And I tell you, as absurd as it sounds, Jake, it's better than commuting over from Victor or Driggs or commuting up the canyon from Alpine.
Oh, yeah. Anybody who lives here or has lived here, I can tell you, as macabre and absurd as it sounds, it'll be snapped up in an instant. As soon as it is available, somebody will be in it. I guarantee.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, and it does make sense. Now, certainly morgue, it's got some creepiness to it. But whenever you're building anything, Luther, putting stuff above it, whether it's a carpet store downtown, don't miss the opportunity to build above, because land in Teton County is just insane. You put something in the airspace up there, right?
Yep. Thank you. That sums it up. The land's there. This is still a pretty quiet county when it comes to the use of a morgue. It's not like it's going to be heavily trafficked. It's not a war zone. It's a quiet facility generally. And it's a fine place for someone who's who needs an apartment to live in.
It's a very quiet facility, unless some of the sci-fi movies I see are true. I mean,
that's
hopefully things stay quiet. Now, did you solicit some intel, some feedback from the coroner, or did Dr. Blue and others say, I don't know about this, here's what you got to watch out for? Because you're not, nobody's a morgue specialist.
That's right. Yeah, we've talked about it for some time. First, Dr. Blue has pointed out for some time that we need a new morgue. The current morgue we have is not appropriate. It's not dignified. It's not the way things should be done. So we are moving forward with the morgue. Brent was with us the other day, and he made the point that he'd rather not see the morgue, but his job is coroner, and our job is more multifaceted. That anytime, like you said, anytime we see an opportunity, we're going to look for the ability to add some housing onto the top of it. The entrances will be separate. I don't know that the people who live there will have a real strong sense that there's much going on beneath them. And so he came to our meeting and made the point that it's not the kind of place where you might raise a family, and maybe it is, I don't know, but this is we're planning to use this for seasonal, almost like a dormitory.
Yeah, I mean, certainly temporary, the nature of temporary housing. The county alone can't build enough housing for county employees. There's still a deficit there. And then private enterprise employees, so much needed in Teton County. It has gotten to the point where you're seeing housing above a morgue. For the county, for the town, and for affordable housing efforts, Commissioner Propst, this would be like a base hit single to the opposite field. The home run is stuff like Northern South Park and Virginia Lane. Both of those major housing projects just mired in, when are we going to get something on the ground?
It's a challenge. We're seeing market housing being built in Northern South Park, and that's fine. That was approved. The Virginian, it demonstrates how hard it is to get housing built that's going to be affordable.
Yep.
And it's a challenge. Land values, construction costs, it's a real challenge. And, when you think first, every employer I know is doing what they can to build housing for their employees. The hospital has a new project that just recently came out of the ground. The school board built a new project, I think it's 26 units right there at the middle school. And so it's happening, and a lot of it is employers, whether it's the school district or the electric co-op. But if we build, generally speaking, if we build housing, it's not going to be affordable because there's so many people that want high-end housing that's going to take the place.
Commissioner Propst is with us, whether it's 200 at a time or 2 at a time. Thinking outside the box and above the morgue is sometimes necessary to get housing.
That's right. Every tool, every place.
Anywhere we can get it. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Real pleasure. Thank you, Jake. Have a good weekend.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Teton County Commissioner Luther Propst. The latest story from Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland wrote it. Teton County so desperate for housing it wants to build it on a morgue. That's not an April Fool's joke. That's a July 14th story, and it's real. Don Day of the Day Weather Forecast coming up next.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like energy.
President Trump just signed the cross-border permit for this pipeline.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
And the issues you care about.
The U.S. Department of Justice confirmed this week that it is investigating antitrust concerns.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Finally, Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show. It's the weekend, pretty much. I mean, we're there. Do what you got to do. Checking out how some of the Cowboy State Daily stories are playing on Facebook. It's always interesting to see that immediate feedback. You know, you talk about analytics and who clicks on what, who is inspired by what, who wants to comment on stories. It's a direct indication. It's like, if you're an actor in a movie, you don't get that immediate feedback when you do that, record that one scene, that the fight scene, the love scene. You don't know how it plays to the audience till months later, years later. Stand-up comedians get that immediate feedback. If they're not laughing, the joke's not landing. And for journalism, news, to understand what readers want to read, what they respond to reading, it's important to note. So I always flip through the Facebook to see what people are saying and what they appear to be interested in on the Cowboy State Daily Stories. Today, it's kind of across the board. A lot of people are interested in, the Thermopolis flooding. Well over 1,000 impressions on the flooding in Thermopolis. 4.5 inches of rain fell in just 1 hour. 119 comments, 313 shares. You often see natural disaster stuff, like if it snows in July in Wyoming, you see the shares really high because people from Wyoming love to share that with people who can't understand why, they have no concept of a snowstorm in July. You're kidding. So you'll see shares often really high in stories that showcase Wyoming in a way that might surprise outsiders, let's say. And that story getting shared a lot. 448 impressions on this story and 79 comments. My comment would be lock them up, throw away the key. 7 teens arrested Wednesday in a sweeping western Nebraska raid over illegal guns and drugs. Colby Fedor has the story. She called them machine guns. I guess technically they are. It's a Glock, a pistol modified with that bump stock that allows a pistol to be fired at a faster rate, a la machine gun style. Not that you can't fire, an automatic weapon like a Glock pretty darn fast. And if you're a criminal that needs to fire more rounds faster, maybe you need to find another line of work. Maybe criminal isn't for you. The more successful drug dealers never have to brandish their Glock. So if you find yourself as a drug dealer needing to shoot more bullets faster, maybe drug dealing isn't for you. Don Day's here, day weather forecast. Don, that sit and spin, didn't that used to be like in the happy days, that was the put down? Sit on it, Fonzie.
Sit on it, yes. Oh, I remember that.
Oh my good, that storm, that rainstorm just sat and spun on Thermop for an hour and a half. You weren't kidding.
Well, it wasn't over Thermopolis. It was east of Thermopolis, which is a lesson in flash flooding. That's a good reason. The reason I bring it up is what happens. You can get flooded even if it doesn't rain over you.
Oh, I have seen that play out dangerously in Utah, where you camp in some dry gully. It's beautiful, clear day, but an hour up north, it's raining. Yeah, that is dangerous stuff.
Yeah, and we saw another very heavy thunderstorm northeast of Worland yesterday. So the Bighorn Basin has actually had 2 days in a row a very heavy rain. Then you saw what happened there on the South Fork. So one of the driest places in Wyoming is getting flash flooding this week.
Wow. And some of that is, some of that is the ground in Wyoming just isn't built to absorb water because it never gets it. It's like, that's too much water.
It's amazing. Water goes downhill, and you have these arroyos, these dry creek beds. And you bring up a good point with the weekend coming up, and the fact that we see the thunderstorm activity centered over the western part of the state again today. Yellowstone, Grand Teton National Park. Don't camp by the creek. I mean, everybody loves the sound of that water and all of those things, but keep your distance and keep in mind, it may not rain on your campsite, but you just said it. If it's something upstream happens from you a few miles away, that water could come down later. And that's exactly what we saw in Thermopolis.
I made that mistake once. Sometimes once is all you get. It's certainly all you need. I was in southern Utah and I looked at, these, I'm trying to find a place to put a tent that's smooth and level. And it was the riverbed, the dry riverbed.
They're all by the riverbeds. Those great campsites are all by them.
I know. And it's not suggest. Well, July is going to be normally a kind of wettish month as far as summer. If we take the summer months, July is typically wet, has precip.
Mid to late July into the middle of August is the peak, what we call that monsoon season. And if you look at the major flash floods, the killer ones, the ones that were big and impactful, caused a lot of damage and fatalities, there's a cluster around late July and early August, whether it's the August 1st Cheyenne flood, the July 31st flood in Fort Collins, the big Thompson Canyon flood in late July in Colorado, back in the 70s. There's a good reason why this time of year we get into flash flooding. It's because of this subtropical air that gets transported from Central America and Mexico and put over the Rockies.
And Don, the same stuff that gives us those typical, like, ooh, it's sweltering hot, we need a cool down, we need the break, here it comes, it's that afternoon thunderstorm, 15 minutes, it's here and gone. What is the difference between those and the ones that this isn't going anywhere, we're flooding?
Well, the difference is that this time of year, the air from the ground up to, let's say, 30,000 feet has got moisture through that whole profile. And so when the thunderstorms build and grow, a lot of times our thunderstorms in Wyoming have to overcome dryness. They have to overcome that dry air near the ground. And this time of year, we don't get that with the higher humidity. I mean, you step outside in many parts of Wyoming, you're like, it's humid.
Yeah, yesterday.
This is not our normal dry. And that's the reason. So that's why the thunderstorms, the most efficient way to make it rain really heavy is to have a thunderstorm, and especially our terrain. You heat up the mountain slopes, and that energizes the thunderstorms even more, makes them grow taller, and that's where they get initiated, is over that higher terrain. So you mix our terrain with the subtropical moisture and daytime heating, and there you go.
So we're moving from record high heat wave into a little bit of monsoonal moisture. What's the weekend look like? Still right on the cusp of those two things?
Nothing's going to change. Northern and western Wyoming will continue to have thunderstorms this weekend. The central and southeastern parts of the state will continue to be dry. But the monsoon gets all of the state, a lot more widespread coverage next week.
All right, Don. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. Wet one for certainly East Thermop, Worland. And we go from day weather forecasting right to our next guest. What do you think? Let's do that. Dan Dorsch is here, and we'll talk about affordable housing, not over a morgue. I wonder if does Dan know anything about that? Sometimes you can't be choosy about where you put affordable housing. You just got to squeeze it in where you can. Dan Dorsch, Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity, Laramie County. We got a success story over there. Affordable housing, 8 units, 8 homes, that are making a real impact for that community. And as far as I know, not built over an Indian burial ground or any kind of dead bodies at all. Dan, explain how Habitat for Humanity works. The whole sweat equity, how people are chosen, is really interesting program.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me on the show this morning. Habitat for Humanity's mission is building homes, community, and hope. And the main way we do that is through our Home Builds program, where we build and finance affordable home ownership opportunities. And so the first thing to qualify for a Habitat home is you have to fall between 30 and 80% of the area median income for the county that we build in, which is Laramie County. We provide a 0% 30-year mortgage. And so that's one misconception of our program, is that we just give away a free home. And that's not true. We actually do provide a mortgage. It's 0%. So we have to qualify them to afford that mortgage. And so the first step is qualifying income levels. And then our family service coordinator looks at income, pay, job history, employment history, W-2s, anything that you'd look at to qualify for a traditional mortgage, we do that as well. The main difference is that our mortgage isn't based on the value of the home. It's based on what the person can afford and what their income allows. So, and then once they're financially qualified, then we have what we call our family selection committee. And that's made up of a couple board members and volunteers in the city who then meet with the families and the applicants and do a needs assessment and have the hard job of deciding who would benefit the most from a Habitat home. And so they take in the factors of family size and living space, environmental concerns of where the families live. And then that family selection committee makes recommendations based on how many applicants we have, how many units are available. And then those recommendations go to our board for final approval. And if the board approves all of them, then we get the fun job of surprising the applicants with being accepted into the program.
Yeah, and careful what you wish for. They don't just hand you the key to the place. They hand you a chop saw. You might be cutting 2x4s, man. You actually, you got some skin in the game here. Habitat for Humanity homeowners are required to put in, is it 400 hours of sweat equity?
200 per adult. So if it's a single adult household, then 200. But if it's a couple, then 400 total. And they can do that at the build site, building their home right alongside their other homeowners and our volunteers. They can also volunteer at our Habitat Restore and help volunteer there to get sweat equity. They can, or any other Habitat event that we may do or fundraiser, they can volunteer there as well. And then something that we've started doing this year as well is that their sweat equity, they can get sweat equity volunteering for other nonprofits doing other good things in our community. So, for example, we have a Meals on Wheels route here in Cheyenne where our affiliate delivers meals every week. And so our homeowners can sign up to do that, and that goes towards their sweat equity going. And that's because a couple reasons. One, we're hopefully going to be building faster. And then also, going back to our mission of building homes, community, and hope, getting our homeowners out and helping other nonprofits is part of that building community as well. So we're excited about that option for them to do that as well.
I like that extension, that addition a lot, Dan. There's not enough hard hats to go around on the job site. You get something else to do. All right. Well, that makes me think of what kind of funky houses are going to be built by people not in the construction industry. Dan, who builds? Tell me about building. You need somebody there who knows what they're doing, huh?
Yeah, and we have someone on staff. So we actually have a licensed general contractor who's our construction supervisor. His name's Eric Miller. He oversees the project, and he's on site every day managing the volunteers. And then so we do build our houses to city codes, right? So just like any other builder. So we have, so we sub out the electrical, plumbing, and HVAC because our volunteers can't do that. Volunteers can't do the insulation or roofing. And so we do sub that out. We are very thankful to have some pretty good partnerships here in Cheyenne. We have a roofing company, 911 Roofing. Dave Shepard and his crew, they donate all the roofs 100%. Labor and materials. More Insulation donates the material, all the insulation, and labor for that as well. And then some of our other subs cut us some deals and some good prices. And so our houses are built to code just like any other builder. It's just that we get to use we were able to use volunteers for a lot of the finished work, cabinets, flooring, windows, doors, framing, things of that nature that are under the Class B license that Eric can supervise and doesn't take a specialty license for, like electrical, plumbing, and HVAC and that sort of thing.
Executive Director, Habitat for Humanity, Laramie County, Dan Dorsch is with us. You know, part of my diction linguistic warm-up before I come on the show is to say installation 5 times really fast. So I'm good at it. I don't know about you, Dan. Tell us how this project came into being. We're talking about these 8 homes. It's interesting how this came about. I mean, first thing Habitat for Humanity needs is the land, and that's probably the toughest part. But yeah, how did this one come into fruition?
So before I get into all the details, I do want to correct you. It's not 8 homes; it's 12 homes that we're building on Pronghorn Crossing.
All right.
So
excellent.
Initially, we were looking at maybe 8 single-family homes, and then we were able to get 4 more out of it. So, but yeah, the land is extremely important. If you don't have the land, you can't build the homes. So in 2020, a local developer, Leaning Tree Homes, donated the land to us. It was a challenging piece of land for a for-profit developer. There was a lot of earthwork. There was a lot of retaining walls and upfront infrastructure costs that had to happen to make a project work. And so they donated to us in 2020. At that time, the infrastructure costs were a little over $1 million for water, sewer, curb, street, gutter, retention walls, that type of stuff. So we were just sitting on it, kind of thinking, how are we going to develop this? And then in 2022 into 2023, we got involved with housing advocacy and policy on a local and state level. And that's in 23, the legislature created the Unmet Housing Needs Funds with $5 million of ARPA funds and $5 million of state budget funds. And so the city of Cheyenne applied on our behalf for the infrastructure costs of the project, which had risen in costs from a little over $1 million to $1.8 million in 2023. And so the city of Cheyenne applied and was approved for that $1.8 million, which allowed us to get the project rolling. We broke ground in November 2024, and it took about a year or so to get the infrastructure finished, and we started going vertical with the 12 units in late April of this year.
There's a few more things that Habitat does that I think are really interesting besides putting stuff on the ground. I love the restore component. We have one here in Jackson, so vital. There's also repair, teaching, helping homeowners repair their stuff. What else does Habitat have? All those things. Talk about that.
Yeah, our affiliate does have a restore. Our restore is doing very well right now. We're getting a lot of donations from the community. We're getting a lot of sales, which all the proceeds from the sales from the restore go right back into our affiliate to help us build homes. We have a repairs program right now, which focuses on low-income homeowners who can't afford critical repairs or modifications in their home. So as a lot of those folks who apply for the repairs program are on fixed income, they're seniors, or they're disabled. And so if they've trying to age in place safely, they may need grab bars in the home somewhere. They may need a handicap ramp to make it easier to get into the home. That's what the repairs program focuses on. We're actually really excited about a transition that we're currently going through. We are going to stop offering repairs through Habitat, and we're in the process of bringing a new nonprofit to Laramie County, which we hope will eventually grow statewide, called Rebuilding Together. And so they're a national nonprofit. They operate very similar to the way we do, as far as they have an affiliates in states and they operate locally. But all they do is home repairs, revitalization, and modifications. And so as we're increasing our housing production, because our goal is to do 12 again next year, we're going to bring in this other nonprofit to take over the repairs section, and then so we can focus on the home builds program. But the repairs is a huge need across the state. We get calls from across neighboring counties in Albany and Goshen and Platte and even up in Carbon County for help with these repairs. And unfortunately, we can't operate outside of our service area, which is Laramie County. And there's just not a really good permanent repairs program statewide. And so we're hoping this Rebuilding Together organization can take that place for us. And then in conjunction with our Restore, we have one other program that we started back in 2021. It's called the Fresh Start Program. And it's a partnership with 8 or 9 other nonprofits here in Cheyenne. And the way it works is these other nonprofits who are working with homelessness, domestic violence, and recovery, when folks get out of their program and start over in a new apartment, a lot of times they're starting over from scratch with nothing. And so the Fresh Start programs allows those folks to shop at our Restore for free through a voucher program. And so they're able to get furniture and kitchen appliances and anything they need to help give them that fresh start when they're starting over from the experiences they've gone through. So we're really excited about that program. There's actually 2 other affiliates here in Wyoming that do that program as well. And it was originally funded very generously through the Blue Cross Blue Shield's Caring Foundation. So we're excited about that program as well.
If you're watching this interview, you see in the background behind Dan, builders not only of houses, but of families and community. I love this idea. I mean, it's the whole point of asking a homeowner who's lucky enough to be chosen by to also give back, and whether that's on their own house or whether that's in another some kind of nonprofit way. That's so cool. You're building way more than homes, families, and community. Dan Dorsch, I love it. The model that Habitat works under. It seems so vital now because I watch all these affordable housing projects, many of them here in Teton County anyway, stall out on the idea that the developers chosen to build them say, you know what, after we look at this, it can't pencil. We can't do it. Habitat for Humanity is doing it. They're putting 12 on the ground now. When are these going to be ready to go?
Our goal is to have the homeowners in the homes by Thanksgiving of this year. That's the goal anyway. It looks like we're on track for that. We've had a few delays here and there. Building homes isn't a perfect world. There's always things that come up that you got to pivot and transition and just roll with it. So, but we're in a good spot, I think, right now, and we're really excited, not just for this project, but what we have planned in the future as well. And to your point of Habitat, and it's not just about the house, right? Home ownership builds communities, allows people to put roots down. It allows them to have generational change, and it's not just about that one house. And that's one of the things I really love about Habitat is that building community aspect of our mission. So.
Study after study shows home ownership, what it does to change you. Well, so much beyond just temporary rentals. Yeah. When you own your own home, it's the American dream. Dan Dorsch, Habitat for Humanity. Thanks, Dan, for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Take care.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Coming up next, we're going to get with Andrew Rossi, find out what he's been working on up there in Cody Way. There was some flooding there, and I'm sure Andrew will talk about that and more when we continue the Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout Demolition Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
National stories of interest. Canadian wildfires creating dangerous, unhealthy smoke haze conditions in the U.S. and the Midwest, East Coast. I watched a little bit of a baseball game the other day. There was a Phillies game, and the smoke, you can see the smoke on the field. I see a photo today of the Statue of Liberty taken from way back, and it's obscured by a haze. We saw this a few years ago. Remember all those Canada fires? It was a few years ago. They created such smoke. There's a photo of the skies over Toronto where the skies appear orange, like an eerie orange glow, kind of orange yellow. Is this some kind of apocalyptic future? Smoke pouring south from more than 800 wildfires burning in Canada, Ontario, and elsewhere. 5 million acres already destroyed. 800 fires. Dang. Let me share the smoke map with you if you're watching. I mean, the whole northeast U.S. is under the most of it. Maine right now is under so much smoke. Montreal, some of New York, Long Island. Holy cow. Yeah, lots of smoke. Andrew Rossi is in the Zoom room. Let's get to Andrew. Let's do that right now. Andrew's probably not dealing with smoke. He's dealing with a little bit of water, though. Moisture, some flooding in the Cody area, and some folks are on the wrong side of the river. What's the latest with that, Andrew? The bridge is compromised, if not gone.
Yeah, from what I could see, the bridge is still there, but it is not in a usable condition. I think they've got something figured out temporarily, but don't quote me on that. It's been kind of hard to follow because they don't have any cell service out at that spot on the South Fork. So the easiest way would be to go out there myself, but that's a 2-hour round trip for me.
Yeah, and very muddy from what it looks like. We're looking at some heavy machinery out there. It looks very muddy. Don't go out there, Andrew.
Extremely muddy. It was just about up to 6 feet deep in some places when the water finally died down.
All right. So, I mean, how many people is this affecting? This is not like downtown Cody. These are people who live kind of on the outskirts in Park County.
No, for people who aren't familiar, the South Fork of the Shoshone River, it extends several miles southwest of Cody. And so this is a bridge that's off of the main road, but it's the main access for a lot of private residences and access to public land in that area. So if there are people trapped on the opposite side of the road, then they had really nowhere to go and nothing to do because there was no other way to get across the river. So it was kind of urgent. And I spoke to the Park County engineer and he told me, yeah, this particular bridge was high on our list to get replaced because it was old and it had been there for a while. And now Mother Nature's decided it's like, okay, well, now you have to replace it. So what do you think of that?
Just moved up the list a lot. All right. What else is Andrew Rossi working on? Let me see. I can't remember. Oh, I did see this in another. I accidentally read another news source than Cowboy State Daily, and I did see earthquakes.
Oh, Jake.
I know. Shame. Yellowstone earthquake. But they made the sensational headline of it. They're like, what's to make of the big earthquake in Yellowstone? I see now it's a 3.3. I don't know if I'd call that big. What happened?
Was it the Guardian by chance?
It might have been, actually.
Yeah, because I got a notification about a Guardian article that said 3.3 earthquake is sign that Yellowstone's overdue for an eruption. And you could hear me roll my eyes from Jackson.
I think it was. It sounded a lot like that. I know. It's silly.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is late yesterday, I got an interview from somebody who actually was standing on the epicenter of the volcano, which was super cool. It was Becky was standing on Grizzly Hill. And that was right in the area where the epicenter was detected. And she said it was a normal morning. They were watching a bison carcass when she heard a tremendous explosion that just seemed to come out of nowhere. Then everything went silent. That's when the ground started to shake. It was enough that if she had not grabbed onto her friend for support, it would have knocked her over. And then after what she said felt like a minute, but also felt like a lot longer, the shaking stopped and then a ranger rushed in to say, hey, you were standing over the epicenter of this earthquake. But yeah, to get back to your earlier point, 3.3, not really anything that notable when it comes to Yellowstone. The largest earthquake that I've covered since I've started writing for Cowboy State Daily was a 3.9 last year. And when I spoke to the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory about it, they said that that's not even really notable in terms of Yellowstone. You can get several earthquakes per day every day of the year in Yellowstone, so nobody's losing sleep over 3.3.
Yeah, we've seen earthquake swarms in Yellowstone that are in the 3 range, some low 3s. I've felt high 3s and low 4s from maybe 50 miles away, 20 miles away, and you'll feel them bump. I've never been like close to the epicenter, standing on it. So I don't know if they make noise, but I've never heard of an earthquake making noise. What's the deal with the explosion sound?
Well, I tried to look that up, and according to the U.S. Geological Survey, there are unexplained booms that can happen, or at least have been reported when it comes to earthquakes, but there's no universally accepted hypothesis as to what the source of that boom is. From the scant amount of research I did, I saw explanations from sonic booms to just like all sorts of interesting stuff. But yeah, it's kind of weird because scientists say it's like, we're not saying it doesn't happen. We're just saying we don't have any proof that it happens other than the fact that people are telling us that it happens.
When tectonic plates grind together, you'd think there would be some kind of something. I don't know about an explosion sound, but
yeah, and that's possible. We're also talking about an earthquake epicenter that was 4 miles beneath the surface. So it's like, it's a question of how sound moves and everything. It's complicated, but interesting stuff.
Yeah. So what looks like to be the final chapter and the period on the story that is the bison tossing of the dude You found out Yellowstone National Park rangers, the authorities there, are not going to take any action against said buffalo, other to note that he's pretty good at tossing humans. You might want to give him an extra, 100 yards between most bison, 150 between this one.
Well, I'm pretty sure the National Park Service wouldn't comment on the bison's tossing proficiency, even if that is accurate. But yes, they did confirm that they're not planning to take any management action against the bison, which it really isn't all that surprising. I mean, they don't even take, or they rarely take, management action against grizzlies that attack and seriously injure people because, one, how are you going to find the animal that's responsible and know that that's the animal responsible? And two, how can you fault it if it's just doing a natural behavior in a natural environment where there happen to be a lot of people? I mean, that bison, as I think we've pretty much established, was kind of the instigator of that whole thing. It was looking for a fight. It wanted to harm Carl McDaniel, but there's nothing Carl McDaniel did to provoke it. It's not like the bison had some sort of insatiable bloodlust to attack people. So you can't fault the animal for just doing what it does.
Two things on further on this story, Andrew. I saw in another source, and it may be in yours, I can't say I read it word for word, that somebody said that the bison may have been particularly agitated by the white truck that we see drive by in the video, and the truck honked its horn to try to scare the bison away. Did you hear anything about that being like a trigger?
Jake, I've heard so many things about what was the trigger. I got an email saying that the trigger was Carl's suspenders. I'm not making that up. But man. Yeah, I have heard a lot about the white truck swarming in, and the bison does seem to get up and start to get agitated again because of the truck. But we don't have enough evidence to say one way or another. And it's not as if the bison was perfectly placid and then the truck swarmed up and that just, tipped it over the edge. I mean, the thing people have to remember is that bison was running back and forth, mock charging. He was causing trouble long before Mike McLeod started filming the whole thing and getting the whole scene going. He just filmed the tail end of that incident. And what I'm learning now is that wasn't even the end of the incident. There were other people at that campground that have reached out to me saying, we encountered that bison after this whole thing happened, and it was still causing trouble.
He was just a bison doing bison things, is what Yellowstone National Park authorities say, so no action taken. Good point. I wondered, Andrew, with grizzlies, I think it's a little easier to figure out who did something wrong. With the bison, how would you even know that was the bison?
Exactly. It's not like the incident in, I think it was Custer State Park a few years ago, where the bison had someone's pants on its horns. Like that was pretty easy to tell who was responsible. But for the most part, I mean, a bison's a bison. They don't go through and try to keep meticulous track of, that's individual blank and blank whatsoever, like they do with grizzlies.
Yeah, I can't tell them apart. And maybe Carl's suspenders hanging from the horn is the dead giveaway. I don't know. Andrew, what's going on this weekend for you?
I wrote an incredibly long story of answering the question, how many wolverines are in Yellowstone? And I think that should be a pretty interesting read. The swamp moose is back as well. And but this was kind of fun. There was an incident for 2 years in a row. Montana Shakespeare in the park has gotten trapped in the same spot during the same journey to Powell in the same vehicle. So it's the course of true navigation never did run smooth.
Oh, Andrew Rossi previews. Be watching for those stories over the weekend. Andrew, have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Bill Sniffin will be with us first thing next hour. I want to talk a little politics and ponder how the primaries might see voters split. Particularly, I think there could be a little bit of it in the governor's race. I think we could see voters influence and maybe give us a result that we didn't expect because of the splitting of a vote. If you have two candidates that appear very similar, will they divide the vote and allow candidate 3 to excel maybe where we weren't anticipating. And I certainly see vote splitting implications in the House race, which is super crowded. That might be a topic for discussion with Bill Sniffin. Also coming up next hour, we'll get with Sheriff of Carbon County, Alex Bakken, get the latest on that deputy that was severely injured in the shooting in Bags. We'll catch the latest there. And Aaron Brown's with us next hour to talk about Wyoming Highway Patrol. And certainly one question I want to ask Aaron is, have there been more accidents and more severe accidents already in 2026? It seems like this spring and summer, every week we read about just a horrible accident. What is going on? I wonder if the stats bear that out, that we have seen more accidents than typical. We'll also talk about campaign spending, especially that race for House, where Steve Freed, Reed Reisner, and Chuck Gray, along with Frank Chapman, who is not exactly in the poorhouse, he's a Teton County guy. Those four account for over $7 million in spending as they make a race for the House. All these stories coming up as we're halfway through a finally Friday of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's take a break for top of the hour news and coming right back at you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. A wall of water surged through East Thermopolis late Wednesday, stranding people and breaking a gas main after 4.5 inches of rain fell in an hour near the town. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that one resident said he heard a roaring coming in his direction.
It was a really intense 2 hours Wednesday night. It was clear skies when at 10 o'clock a flash flood hit. Steve Nally was at home when he heard this roar. He called 911. By the time he got a hold of dispatch, the wall of water had already hit his house. Another resident, she was actually trapped in her house. Morgan talked about going outside to rescue her dog. Once she got back in her house, Morgan said that she could feel it moving and she really thought she was going to die. Chief Cornwall said that this is the worst flooding he has ever seen.
Meteorologist Straub said that the thunderstorm that caused all the damage developed about 10 miles east of Thermopolis and just kind of sat there for about an hour and a half. Megan Degenfelder's campaign for Wyoming governor released a video early Thursday of President Donald Trump doubling down on his endorsement of her. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the push comes with a month to go before Wyoming's hotly contested Republican primary election.
We've got a month before the primary election, which in Wyoming generally involves a huge standoff between Republicans of all stripes. And Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder garnered the Trump endorsement back in January, while the president doubled down on Thursday, reiterating his endorsement. Trump varies on when he gives endorsements. Degenfelder's is among the earliest that we've ever seen, 7 months before the primary election. She said that she was deeply honored to have the president's support and grateful that he took the time to speak directly to the people of Wyoming.
Trump has not endorsed anyone in the hotly contested U.S. House race, where 10 Republicans vie for the nomination. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 7 teens were arrested Wednesday in a sweeping western Nebraska raid over illegal machine guns and drugs. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that investigators say they found Instagram posts of the teens posing with and firing Glock-style guns equipped with illegal switches.
Federal authorities say that illegal Glock switches have become one of the fastest growing criminal trends that they're seeing in America, with a near 800% spike in the last few years. And that is reflected in a recent criminal case where 7 teenagers in western Nebraska were arrested on Wednesday for possessing these illegal machine guns, as well as cocaine. A spokeswoman with the ATF said that these are really concerning weapons because they're easy to conceal and they fire at an extremely high rate. All of the teenagers appeared for their initial hearing on Wednesday afternoon in Scottsbluff County Circuit Court. This criminal case came to light when investigators flagged suspicious activity on social media, where they saw the stolen guns posted in videos and a series of pictures online. In fact, one of the defendants was even seen pointing it at another defendant.
According to ATF, recoveries of suspected machine gun conversion devices increased from 658 in 2019 to 5,816 in 2023. Agency spokesperson Ashley Sherrill tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "They present a significant public safety concern." More than 23,000 birds and bats were killed by wind turbines in Wyoming in 2025, according to a report presented Wednesday to the State Game and Fish Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to an official, quote, "They're flying around and they're not paying attention to those blades."
Game and Fish, they don't set the policy. It's the Industrial Siting Commission that really says yes or no. They're the ones that have the power over the licenses for these operations. What Game and Fish does is before the project is built, they come in and they work with the developer to kind of give them advice on how to mitigate or avoid conflicts with wildlife. And then after the fact, they will do some monitoring as well and maybe suggest some solutions.
Wyoming Game and Fish Habitat Protection Program Supervisor Will Schultz tells Cowboy State Daily that in some cases, painting one blade of the wind turbine black helps birds see it before it's too late. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. Bill Sniffin's here. William, how are you?
Hey, Jake, I'm doing fine. Have you changed your digs a little bit?
No, but I will soon.
That's what I thought. Well, anyway, good morning. It's a overcast, cool day in Lander this morning. That's kind of a refreshing change from what we've been seeing. What's going on with you?
Well, I was reading a Maggie Mullen story. You probably know that reporter, speculating on how vote might be split in the primary, whether it's the governor, the race for governor, or the race for House. Both of those kind of crowded races. In governor, I wonder if Bien and Barlow, in battling it out, split the vote and allow Degenfelder, or is what camp is Megan in? Like, who would benefit from vote split? And then the money spent in the House race, I thought was interesting. Wildfile had a story on that. Over $7 million spent, and most of it, 85% of it, spent by self-generated money. Steve Freese, Chapman, Gray, all spending their own money.
That's a great topic. That's my column this Sunday is going to be about exactly on that topic. And there are some people thinking literally $20 million could be spent on this House race.
Yeah.
I will predict that it'll end up around 16.5 at that. But I think, excuse me, get a little frog in my throat. But I tell you what, I'm kind of seeing that as a kind of as a three-way race. I still think it's Chuck Gray's to lose. I think Jillian Balow is coming on strong. What happens is we're getting down to the wire where people are starting to focus in on who the candidates are. And, you know, Jillian has a lot going for her. The only thing she doesn't have going for her is money. She's being outspent by like 20 to 1. But she's won 2 statewide elections. Now, I'm not her campaign manager. It sounds like I am. But she, you know, I actually think she's the only woman running, which I think is a big asset for her. Wyoming has been very favorable towards sending women as congresspersons. I also think that the craziest little thing is that Balow and Barlow, the names, are so similar, and Barlow has so many, and the governor's race has so many Barlow signs that I think the uninformed voter might, you know, and again, we're talking, I'm predicting the winner of that race could win it with as low as 16,000 votes. And if that would happen, that's what I call retail politics. You're literally, the candidate has a chance to literally shake the hand of every single person that's going to vote for him. And that's an amazing thing. But I don't know. But I think the real dark horse in the House race is Steve Freese. And the X factor there is if he would get a Trump endorsement. And the Freese family is very close to the Trumps. So I tell you what, I think if Freese can prove that he's close to winning that, you heard it here first, but I tell you what, you could see a Trump endorsement, I think, even though Chuck Gray likes to say he's endorsed by Trump because he was, I think, in a Secretary of State's race. But again, I think it's boiling down to those three. But boy, I tell you, if there's a message for your listeners, it would be that there are so many outstanding candidates. And there's a guy named Christensen, a guy named Giroux. I think those guys are just wonderful guys, and they've served their country. They handle themselves well, but you know they don't have any organization, they don't have any money to speak of, and I don't know. Anyway. That's my initial thought, Jake.
Yeah, there's some worthy candidates that are going to be lost in the wash there and hopefully somehow reappear in another race somewhere because I still want to hear more about them. In the money race, yeah, Freese, Reisner, Gray. I agree with everything. Jillian is the best she can do. Campaigning is to go out and find every Eric Barlow sign and erase the R. And I said that to somebody else and they didn't get it. They thought I meant the R for Republican. Just wash out that R. Balow everywhere. Eric's got a lot of signs out.
Not only that, but you want to take it another step further. Just the sentence you just said, erase the R. Lloyd Larson here, because he wasn't endorsed by the state Republican committee, he's been a Republican leader forever. They made him put a piece of tape over the R, the right. Republican logo on his campaign sign. So that's the kind of silliness that I think is numbs my mind. I want to say, come on, you guys, we can be silly, but don't be that silly. And I don't know. And then of course. I actually call this race the nuttiest, craziest race I've ever seen. And I'll tell you why. It's this Reed Rasner, Chuck Gray feud. I mean, that could be a fist fight if those guys show up on the same thing. And if they do, I hope Chuck is really good at judo because I think Reed's about twice as big a guy as Chuck. But
Secretary of State Gray has a way of bringing out the best in everybody, doesn't he? And So much of his rhetoric is just regurgitated Trump speak. So how could he not get Trump's endorsement? Yet you bring up a good point. The Freeze family in certain backdoor corridors is tight with the White House and the Trump administration. It may be why President Trump is just staying out of it. Like, I'm not going to put my name on either of these. Let's see how they do.
I think that's very possible, but I worked on Foster Freese's governor campaign in 2018, and I know how close Foster Freese was with Donald Trump, and Trump appointed Lynn Freese to the Kennedy Center board. I mean, these folks are they've eaten together. That family is that there's a Trump connection there that the other candidates can't get, and. So I don't know, but I would say that would be a true game changer. And let me tell you what, I think Freese's campaign, he's running a very clean campaign, but he's spending so much money that, it's at some point it will have an effect. And see, to me, there's very few negatives about Steve Freese. He's a nice man. He's a good guy, a good family guy, very conservative, comes from a good family. But one of the real important things about him is that 29,000 Wyoming voters cast their votes for a guy named Freese just 6 or 8 years ago, I guess it was. So that's it's not like he ran his own statewide race, but that name did.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, Jake. It's a fun race to watch, but boy, it's just full of craziness, and I don't know. It's just fun.
Here's a rough segue to a brand new topic. I'll ease this segue in by talking about my pop-up camper, which I opened up for the first time in we haven't used it in 2 years, and the mice have been in there. Oh. Boy. So how do you let's talk about Bill Sniffin's home away from home, literally the RV. How do you keep mice out of an RV, and what are you going to do with yours?
I don't know what to do. My wife's health is getting better, which is great news. We just celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary, but I thought I was going to lose her a year ago. Man, she was so darn sick, and we were out of state down in Texas living with her daughter because of health issues for her. But she bounced back, and she's doing so much better. We actually had a family celebration for that 60th. And she loves the motorhome, so I don't know. We haven't taken it anywhere for a while, but I'll tell you what, they say about a boat, they say BOAT means break out another 1,000. Well, let me tell you, with motorhomes, it's even worse than that. And I hired a really good guy to go in and just get mine back and being roadworthy. It cost me $3,700. So I thought, but what do you do? And so it's ready to go. It's just waiting for me, and I have to talk to my wife and see if she's up to it. But to answer your question about things like mice, first thing I do is I never leave any food in the rig.
Yeah.
Or if I do, I keep it all in the refrigerator. I take all the potato chips and all the bread and all that, and I put it all in the refrigerator and I keep the refrigerator running. These refrigerators are designed to run 24/7 for 30 years. So yeah, I never turn my refrigerator off. But anyway, it's so the key to bugs and spiders and all that is just absolutely no food. So we always kept our rig really clean. So one time we did found a mice in there. Man, that was discouraging. I had a little camera. I suspected it, so I put this camera.
No.
And here comes this little guy, and he literally looks in the camera and he says, what are you guys doing here in my house?
Right.
So the big problem you've got is that before you lay your head on your pillow in that rig, you're going to want to really clean it out, aren't you?
Yep. I think you're right. I don't
know. You just try to get rid of them, Jake. I thought when you mentioned RVs, you were going to mention that Jackson Hole. There was a video of a motorhome losing his brakes coming down Teton Pass.
Dude,
that was so scary.
That's a good reminder that people who maybe rent a moving van or truck, or people who drive these big motorhomes, class whatever. I mean, a CDL is not required, but should be maybe, because I watched them. You sit in downtown Wilson and you smell the asbestos. You smell the brake pads burning. And this thing was pulling a trailer. Like there was a lot of weight and they don't know how to downshift and they're on the brakes the whole time. And that sucker was smoking, heading into Wilson, doing about 45. Ooh.
That was a miracle that that wasn't a tragedy. But let me tell you that I have a Class A, which is a very important distinction. A Class A is the really big bus type, and it has what's called Jake brakes, and named after Jake, the radio guy. But anyway, no, it's a system called Jacobs, but it's an engine brake system that you hear semis use, and it makes a lot of racket. But boy, does it slow the rig down, and it doesn't use the brakes at all. Prior to that, I had one of those a Class C, which kind of looks like a U-Haul truck. It's got a little bedroom over the top of the cab and all that. And that one, a couple times I got in trouble coming down mountain passes, and I could smell the brakes. And finally, you try to find a place to pull over and let them cool down. Man, it's a scary damn prospect. And what it is really scary is there are so many of these rigs on the road today.
Yes.
That if this is a word of caution for all of everybody out there, is if you're driving your car or whatever you're driving, you're going to be okay. But watch out for that truck or that motorhome that is, the poor guy who doesn't know what he's doing, and all of a sudden his brakes are burned up and he's coming down the hill at you. So you better be ready to be defensive and hit the shoulder or get somewhere out of the way.
That's the way everybody should be driving. You can't just look at the few feet in front of your own hood. You should be scanning the sides for wildlife, beyond for that RV barreling down the mountain. Yes, and be aware.
That is so true. Let me get back to politics, Jake. I wanted to tell you, after being involved in these races, the thing that we really need to thank the people that are out there running. It is a grind. I loved that grind, but boy, it is a grind, and they're putting up their own money. They're leaving their families behind. Often, they're being at places they don't want to be, and they're trying to be at two places at once. And frankly, the modern world, there was nastiness, but it was a little more subtle. You'd hear whispering campaigns, and things like that. But now there is no such thing. It's full-blown social media. If you've ever done anything stupid in your life, it's going to be plastered all over social media. And boy, so it takes some serious guts to run for office, and frankly, serious money. And I did talk to Jillian Balo the other day. She was passing through Lander, and she said it's retail politics. She says she doesn't have the kind of money these other folks do, but she has a reputation and she has a lot of friends. And she says, I'm just going to shake as many hands as I can and do the best I can, and hope everything turns out. And I was impressed by that, because I was in the same boat when I ran. I was against a couple well-heeled guys named Ray Hunkins and Eli Bebout, and they both had a lot more money than I did.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, do you think, one final thing, do you think certainly we're in the hyperdrive part of the campaign for those in primaries, 1 month out, 1 month and a day out? Do you think now we get into the real nuts and bolts where voters are asked to start doing the homework? It's been name recognition, headlines, fighting, whatever, for months. But now in this last month, you got to start finding the differences. Where do they stand on this? Forums are going to be important, but now is when voters have to do their research.
Well, I tell you what, Jake, in the general election, there's a thing that's called the October surprise. And that's done on purpose sometimes, and sometimes it's by accident. But you've gone through all this long campaign, and then in late October, all of a sudden something blows up, and it's too late. You can't fix it in time for the election.
Yeah.
Well, in Wyoming, we might call that a July surprise. But of course, we've got, I think, about 18 days in August to rectify it. But for politicians, literally, there's two things going on in your head. One is you're doing everything you can to win, but the other thing is you're wondering, okay, what's going to come at me that I didn't anticipate, or that's going to come right out of left field, So we, as candidates and as political observers, we need to watch for those and see if we can predict them. And I know there won't be one coming from Freese, because he runs, if he's like his dad, he won't do anything nasty. But if the others see him as the new leader or possible leader, they're going to try to come after him, and that'll be interesting. They've already come after some of the other guys, and Chuck and Reed are going after it all the time. But it'll be interesting if, in my book right now, like I say, I think it's still Chuck Gray's to lose. I think if enough really serious voters dive in, they'll find Jillian to be a very good candidate. And see, both she and Chuck have won statewide races, so that kind of gives them a leg up on everybody else. But then again, you've got Freese, whose dad ran a statewide campaign and came very close to winning, and who's also, man, spending a lot of money. Holy smokes! I thought that the lawyer from Jackson,
Chapman,
Chapman was spending a lot, but man, I tell you, it's. But anyway, you know what? That's the name of the game we're in these days. And well, Jake, I'm just glad we got through this without my internet blowing up. I've had a terrible time with my Zoom lately. So I don't know.
Very good. Maybe because of the heat and today was cooler. I don't know what makes internet go wrong.
They always blame it on my age, Jake, that I'm too old to know how to run this. Actually, I'm pretty adept. Hey, Jake, it's always good talking to you, buddy.
Have a great weekend, Bill.
Thanks.
Bill Sniffin, Cowboy State Daily Show. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken. Next up.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We go to Carbon County, which covers a lot of ground. We'll talk about that. The square miles and the amount of law enforcement that's got to run around Carbon County and keep the peace. Sheriff Alex Bakken is with us and running a re-election campaign and running literally the Big Cord Trail 100. Did you make it? Did you finish it? And then we'll tell our listeners how we've kind of tweaked the reason for running as far as Sheriff Bakken is concerned. How was it? Was it tough?
Yes, Jake, tough is a great way to put it. I did finish well under the cutoff, but I also lost the bottom layer of my feet in doing so. So that's been an interesting process growing that back. But yes, it was pretty darn cool.
Yowza. All right. So when you announced you were training for this, running for this, was to create awareness for, the shortcomings of a budget of a sheriff's office, especially with property tax cuts, property tax relief. That revenue is trickled down. So there were things, maybe you couldn't buy another Belgian Malinois to add to the force or whatever it is cop shops need. But we're gonna pivot here on the fly because of somebody that we're all thinking of, Sergeant Zach Burns. Let's get an update on his condition, how he and his family are doing, and then what we're gonna do to help him out.
He's doing well, all things considering. When you look at the gravity of the situation and the gravity of the injuries that he experienced, he is doing well. He does have good days. He does have bad days, as you would expect with injuries that are so severe. But he's strong. He's a fighter. He's pushing through. We're optimistic that he's going to be released, hopefully relatively soon, to continue that recovery progress at home. But again, with any sort of injury of that scale, it's going to be a very long road to recovery. But we're immensely grateful for all the support we've received from across the region, not just the state. It's been very humbling, and we're very thankful for it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, we all want to do what we can, respond to the call. So tell me about the spot fund account and anything we can do to help. It's like, what is a spot fund? I'm not sure what that is.
So a spot fund, Jake, it's similar to GoFundMe.
Yeah.
The only difference is they don't charge commission fees, so they just charge the credit processing fee. So more of the money that gets donated actually goes to Zach and the family instead of being derived for profit from the entity that hosts it. So we did some research before we set up a fund, and that's why we went with Spot Fund. In all intents and purposes, it's the same as a GoFundMe.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the incident. This is June 8th, the shooting in Bags, and how difficult it is to police and patrol Carbon County. It is a huge county. I'm thinking I don't have to think. I can actually look it up. It is the third largest county by square mileage, 7,897. I'm sure Sheriff Bakken can rattle that off his head, man. He's got deputies out there putting in the windshield time to cover it. And yes, what makes it odd is it's the least populated of the big county. There's nobody in it. Well, not nobody. There's a few bad guys. It's just so spread out with no real major cities. I mean, Rawlins is kind of in the middle. I'll share a map of it. And the rest is very rural in nature. That's got to be challenging to cover something like that.
Yeah, Jake, and you really hit it right on the head there. And if you look at the three biggest counties in Wyoming, landmass-wise, you have Sweetwater, you have Fremont, and then you have Carbon. Where the dichotomy comes into play and the real disparity comes into play is when you look at those population centers and their tax bases. So Sweetwater and Fremont, and I'm going off the top of my head here, so forgive me if my numbers are a little off, both have population bases of over 40,000 people. We have 15,000 people for a county that's essentially comparative in size. So those other departments, they're 2, 3, 4 times larger than ours, covering a very similar landmass. And it's a real problem when it comes to trying to provide coverage for that huge landmass, especially when you take into account all the small municipalities and unincorporated areas we have scattered throughout the county. It's a really interesting challenge. You know, Wyoming is rural. Carbon County is extremely rural.
So how difficult is it? Because I think many readers, listeners, they can't get an idea of like what might be in downtown Bags if you call 911. If something's going down, you call 911. I mean, Bags does not have a police force. How fast could a deputy get to? Where is the closest deputy? I mean, how do you get to Bags quickly?
That's the problem, the quickly part.
Yeah.
And it all depends on who's covering what during the day. So we do have a law enforcement MOU with Bags. So we do spend a certain allotted number of hours patrolling there each month. But we could be anywhere. You know, our department is so small because of our population that we might have 2 to 3, maybe 4 patrol deputies on a shift. But if we have, let's say, a critical incident in Medicine Bow, which is in the northeast corner of our county, and we get a call for service in Bags, well, that's an hour plus response time. And that's running code at 100 plus miles an hour. Luckily, we have great working relationships with our partner agencies, whether it's Rollins Police Department, Wyoming Highway Patrol, Craig PD, Moffett County. So in a large scale incident, we'll have the cavalry coming, but it's a very real issue when it comes to law enforcement and trying to cover that much ground, not counting your state and national forest, Seminole Reservoir. We're really, really spread out.
Yeah. And just recently, another incident in Bags, high-speed chase, and those Moffett County guys come up big again for you, working in cooperation with Carbon County to catch another bad guy.
That was fantastic. I can't say enough how appreciative I am and how grateful we are for all of those agencies that responded. And especially when you look at that critical incident on June 8th with Sergeant Burns, we had, God, off the top of my head, I don't even know how many law enforcement agencies there. We had Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Wyoming Game and Fish, Highway Patrol, Sweetwater County, Moffett County. We had a ton of other counties offering to come as well, which it is a terrible incident. And I truly hope no office ever has to go through that. But at the same time, it's pretty amazing to see how willing everyone is to help when things are bad, including the private citizens of Bags.
Yeah, which, played a key role in that, but, community policing itself. That's the Wyoming way. Often we got to take care of our own. You never know, sometimes law enforcement's a long way away. So where is the investigation? This is over a month now. I don't know if we have a name, if we have any intent and what was happening. Is this all DCI? Can you give us any info here?
I can give you some, Jake, and really there's so many moving parts when it comes to an investigation of this nature, because whether you have an OIS, whether you have a critically injured deputy, it triggers a large response from a lot of different entities. And in this specific instance, we had everything, right? We had numerous different crime scenes where shots were fired. We had a critically injured deputy, and we had an officer-involved shooting, all kind of lumped into one and rolled into one. So right away, we'll do our administrative review, moral, ethical, legal review, and then the large-scale investigation itself goes to the Division of Criminal Investigation. And really, my philosophy on the name of the individual is I don't want him to get any press. I don't want him to get any recognition. I don't want my people to have to relive that day when all that gets released. Now, if I get a FOIA request or a request for information, I'm happy to release it. But at the same time, I think the important thing to know is there was a bad guy. He tried to kill us. We killed him.
That's the takeaway. But I'm just wondering again, trying to get at motivation. Maybe an ID helps me motivate. Maybe it's a terrorist thing. Maybe this guy's done something before. I don't know. Like what was the intent? Is just to shoot things up? What was the story about having maybe explosives? I mean,
that's what it appears, Jake. And I will tell you, we didn't have any previous contacts with this gentleman. So it was
Okay.
very surprising. Based on the ammunition that was found in his apartment. And one thing I want to clarify, and I know there was some discussion online about it, owning ammunition and owning magazines, that's not a bad thing, right? We're pro Second Amendment. We live in Wyoming. A lot of us have that. But when you look at the totality of the circumstances, right? He had 1,000 magazines, not rounds, magazines in his apartment. And when you add that in with the fact that he's actively shooting at people unprovoked, now we have an issue, right? Now that's indicative of possibly a larger scale plan that really we'll probably never know what the ultimate plan was. I'm just glad we were able to stop it before it escalated into something else.
In your own probably department internal audit of it, is there anything you would do differently? Anything you could have done better, or is just this one, this craziness? This does not happen once in 100 years.
There's always going to be things we can do better, and I'm glad you asked that question. So we're in the process of setting up a departmental AAR, so that's an after-action report where we look at, personnel issues, equipment issues, training issues. What can we do better? Because really, we can't control what happens to us all the time, right? But we can always control where we go next. And it would be foolish to just take an incident like this and say, hey, it'll never happen again. Let's just move on, right? Because it can happen again. It's a very realistic thing. And it's up to us to determine how we can do that better next time and how we can make sure it's repeatable, right? When you put in measures that are aimed to improve things, you have to make sure they're repeatable as well. So everything's a learning experience. It all just depends on whether you're willing to learn from it or not.
Well, whether it's a Carbon County Sheriff's deputy or any law enforcement, if they're wearing the badge, keep that in mind, listeners, when you maybe stopped a traffic stop. Think about what that officer, what that deputy is going through in his mind. Obviously, it's 1 in a billion that you are going to be a threat to him or her, but act that way. Have that in mind, because this is not it's not an easy job, and it's often not a safe job. Sheriff, how goes the campaign? I know you're not doing a lot to campaign other than just going to work.
Yeah, honestly, Jake, campaigning is the least favorite part of my job by a long stretch. And in really, I did put out a statement on our Facebook page that campaigning is just simply not a priority right now with everything we have going on. We're using this incident from June 8th to build better systems and processes in our office so that if it ever happens again, we can pick up and run. So really the campaign has just taken a backseat to that. And I think rightfully so. We have bigger priorities. With that being said, I am attending all the forums and I'm making sure I'm available for phone calls and emails if anyone has any questions, because I do believe that in a democratically elected position, transparency is key, open communication is key, and our citizens still have a right to know, what our vision is, what our goals are, what our path is. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but as far as the parades and the kissing babies and the banners, that's just not really a priority for me right now.
Yeah, one of Carbon County's finest, Sergeant Zach Burns. We're all thinking about him. Long road to recovery. If you want to help the cause, especially with your dollars, I found it through Facebook page, Carbon County Sheriff's Office. You can find the link to the Spot Fund and help out. Do what you can. Thanks, Sheriff, for being on.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care.
Carbon County Sheriff's Alex Bakken with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back with Aaron Brown. We're going to the Wyoming Highway Patrol from one cop shop to another.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
All right, let's find out what's going on the state highways. Aaron Brown is here, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Aaron, I have the question ready to go for you. I want to talk about a few things, and I'm sure you have a few things on your agenda, but in the last week or two, there's just been so many accidents. Teton Pass of 2 fatalities, that big crash outside of Shoshone on 2026. What do the stats show, the numbers show? Have there been more accidents in this spring, summer season so far? It seems like a lot.
It does seem like a lot, but the answer is actually no. We're not that far off from our other years. It seems worse than the numbers would show, though. And I think part of that is we've had a fatality crash involving 2 fatalities on 2026, which is an artery between Fremont County and Natrona County. And so you have a lot of people commuting on that highway to get from, be it Shoshone or Riverton to Casper. And so that blocked things up pretty badly. So it wasn't just the fatalities. It was also a crash that completely shut down the highway for an extended period of time. On top of that, we also had Teton Pass, and we had that crash that we had 2 fatalities on Teton Pass, another pass that is used a lot for commuting, and also because of its location, has a lot of eyes on it. And so when you have a fatal crash in a highway that is heavily used, is popular, is in a place that is well known, that all combines to kind of blow up the situation larger than it may if it happened to somewhere else. And a lot of folks tend to think that there's this mindset, I think, that the most dangerous roads we have are the interstates, 25 and 80. And it's not the case. Most of our fatalities happen on our U.S. highways and our state highways that are not the interstates.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the 2-lane nature, all you got to do is drift out of a lane, whether that's a tire blowout or inattentiveness. Aaron, in the case of that 2026, Highway 2026 thing, it was the accident was bad, but is also is a reminder in the aftermath, waiting for hours in, whether it's 20 below or 100 above that creates a whole nother issue where you got people that running out of fuel, trying to run heaters or air conditioners. Why was that road, I know sometimes light flight, you need to create a landing zone for a helicopter. Why was that road completely shut down for so long? Well, it was that bad of an accident.
It really was. I mean, you're talking a tanker and 5 other cars.
Ooh.
This is not a 2 vehicle crash. A lot of times you'll have a crash that's a single vehicle or 2 vehicles, and that'll still close down the highway for a good hour minimum. But here we had multiple vehicles, and when this sort of thing happens, it's multiple injuries, it's multiple cars crashed. It's a lot of evidence to gather, and we're still gathering it. We're still gathering evidence. Stuff is off the road, but there's still things we have to get to. That we have to, there's certain things you have to get. There's procedures to get to certain things. But at that point, what's going to be happening is number one is going to be safety and saving lives. That's their first priority when they get there. It's a priority for AMR. That's our priority. It's a priority for any deputies that were on scene, police departments. Our priority is going to be, let's get in here and make sure people are okay and save lives. Unfortunately, 2 people did die, and others were pretty, fairly badly injured. But what we're looking at now is the reason you're going to see why that takes so long is it's making sure everything's okay. That's a lot of people to check out. Then you got to get the vehicles off, and you're trying to clear the highway as quickly as you can, but you still got to get them off. But you got to get them off in a way that you're not going to either contaminate a scene or trying to make sure you're not compromising your evidence, essentially. So we had to be really careful on how we did all of that. And then we still got to make sure everything's coming across in a safe manner, not just for our drivers, but for emergency workers, the folks trying to clear the lanes and so on. But I can tell you, saving lives is the priority. And then after that, you're going to have the idea that, okay, now we got everyone off. We got to get this highway clear as quickly as possible. And we are working on that every time. It just takes time to make sure everyone's okay.
Yeah. Aaron Brown, I saw the other day, just yesterday, a viral video of California's version of a high-speed chase, which involves a dude swimming out into the Pacific Ocean without his pants on. I don't know if you saw that. But when you run from the cops in Wyoming, it's usually a triple-digit high-speed chase. There was a Jeep chase not long ago. Chasing. Don't run from the cops.
Yeah, don't do it. Just don't do it. You can here in Wyoming. I think the idea that some people have is my car's faster. They can't catch me. A lot of times you're just going to see guys. This last one, our speeder of the week last Friday was a chase, and in this case, it was also involved a DUI. Ooh. So alcohol tends to nullify good decision making. So there's that, and then there's also possibly the idea of, oh, it's Wyoming. There's nobody here. There's no way they can catch me, but you can't outrun the radio. So yeah, the trooper behind you may not catch you. That doesn't mean the trooper 20 miles up won't, because he already knows you're coming.
Here's a little bit of a heads up for everybody as today kicks off the daddy of them all, 10 days of rodeo celebration. This is let me get some audio to this. Stand by.
And Frontier Days here once again. We're glad you came for a visit. While you're here, check out the rodeo, check out our night shows, go downtown, check out our parades. When you get behind that wheel, put the phones down, buckle up, never drink and drive. If you do, just know we'll be watching for you. Y'all be safe.
Aaron, Cheyenne Frontier Days, certainly, making sure everybody's sober. That's got to be an enormous undertaking. There's like 100,000 at least additional people in the Cheyenne area.
Yeah, there's Cheyenne's. I heard a stat a long time ago. I can't confirm or deny it officially, but it's a stat I heard a long time ago before I was ever with Highway Patrol, and that is that during Frontier Days, Cheyenne's population triples.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I don't know if that's increased since then or what, but we are expecting a lot of people to come in. We are expecting a lot of that's a lot of people to watch over. You're not trying to watch everyone like a hawk. You're not trying to be Big Brother, right? You're not trying to do any of that. You're just trying to make sure people are being safe. That's the whole point. And so, when it comes down to it, I think our big focus is going to be speed, inattention, making sure you put your cell phone down, and then of course DUIs. It's Frontier Days. There is a lot of alcohol involved. A lot of our shops, including our bars, they make their living on Frontier Days. So there's a lot of alcohol going around, and so we want people to make smart decisions, find a designated driver, get an Uber, do whatever you got to do to get back to your home, your hotel, wherever you're staying safely and never, ever drink and drive. Always buckle up and put the phone down. And that's another big one, because when it comes to now in Frontier Days, we are really concerned about the DUIs because obviously, like I just said, there's a lot of drinking. But when you look at our stats as a whole across the state, you see two top stats when it comes to our fatalities, and that is speed and then driver inattention right below it. And so we definitely want people to be obeying the speed limits, and we want folks to be putting their cell phones down. Again, this isn't we are going to be watching, but we're not watching everyone. We're trying to watch for dangerous situations.
One last thing, Aaron, and then you can bring anything you have to talk about.
I think you already covered it.
We got it all. I anticipate your every need, Aaron. I was driving. I was driving from to Buffalo and back from Jackson. And I saw during the heat wave, 105 degrees. Saw a lot of people side of the road, hood up. Tires gone. They shredded their tread. Heat does stuff to vehicles, man. Talk about what should people do? Like safely pull over and get out of the way, as far out of the way as you can on a highway. Maybe put the hood up, keep the hood up. What should we do to make things better? And, maybe Highway Patrol comes by. If they see an abandoned vehicle or you're standing by the side of your vehicle, they'll come by and help. They got radios.
Yeah, I mean, if you have cell service, number one, if you have cell service and you need help, call for help.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. At the same time, a lot of this stuff, when it comes to this, a lot of it's preventable. When you're going out for a long commute, especially in that heat, planning your trip will help, alleviate a lot of issues. Make sure you have a pack in your actual. You'll have a pack. Brain just went. You should have a survival pack, basically an emergency pack, pardon me, in your trunk, in your back seat, under your seat, somewhere. You want to have one for summer and winter. And we've talked about the winter ones earlier this winter, but blankets and coats and all that. Well, it's summer, so a pack would include lots of extra water. That's a big one. Lots of extra water, a little bit of food, because you definitely want some snacks around, because if you're in the middle of nowhere, it might take a moment for people to get to you. So make sure your energy's staying up. Have your water around. Maybe if you have room for the convenience, keep some battery-powered little fans around. Like those little misters. That can be nice to have around, especially since you don't want to run down your battery or run out of gas. And if you're really worried about it, take an extra can of gas if you need it. But planning ahead will almost always alleviate a lot of those problems. Now, you can't anticipate everything. So when that does happen, when you do have a tire go flat, when you do have the hood pop up, again, don't be afraid to call for help. Secondly, well, firstly, I'm doing this out of order. Firstly, get out of the way. You want to make sure you're safely pulled over. Find the safest place you can as soon as you can to pull over. Put your hazards on. If you have an emergency kit, which hopefully you do, put those little reflectors out or road flares, whatever you have. Make sure people know you're coming up. And from there, assess the problem. And then if you need help, call for it.
Yeah, those reflector things are pretty key. I don't know how many people have them, but you really should, because what you see when someone's wrecked on the side of the road or can't move anymore and they have to park it for a while and get service is definitely truckers like to give you that extra space. So they're trying to come over a lane to get out of your way, and it'd be nice to get a heads up 10, 20, 30 feet down the road that your car is coming up like on the side of the road parked.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you can get, an emergency road kit with reflectors. I'm seeing them on Amazon for $35-$40 maybe.
Yeah.
And you can get some pretty big ones. There's one with reflectors for $22. You can get a roadside emergency kit for pretty inexpensive, and it's well worth it.
Might be worth it. And remember to restock the water and snacks. They're probably all gone from the last time you drove half the soccer team to their latest match.
Exactly.
They ate and drank it all, man. Aaron Brown with us. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Jake. Have a good one.
Safe, fun weekend to you. Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show. Moving along here on a finally Friday. 1 hour left. Coming up next hour, we're going to get with Renee Jean, Representative John Baer, with a very interesting guest column that he wrote at the Cowboy State Daily, talking about the wave of socialism sweeping the nation. You think it can't happen in Wyoming? That's probably what they thought in New York, Colorado, and Maine, where it's already happening. Representative Baer is with us. Speaking of representatives, we're going to stay in the House next hour and talk with Ann Lucas. Representative Lucas will update us on the latest of her campaign as she looks to rerun for House District 43. That's Laramie County, y'all. Thanks for being a part of our Friday. Whether you're on the YouTube channel, Cowboy State Daily, and while you're there, make sure you subscribe so we know who's who, what's what. Maybe you're watching on X Live, Facebook Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. We're on radio stations across the state in real time and delayed simulcast. And if you miss the whole shebang, wherever you enjoy your favorite podcast, find us there as well. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. A wall of water surged through East Thermopolis late Wednesday, stranding people and breaking a gas main after 4.5 inches of rain fell in an hour near the town. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that one resident said he heard a roaring coming in his direction.
It was a really intense 2 hours Wednesday night. It was clear skies when at 10 o'clock, a flash flood hit. Steve Nally was at home when he heard this roar. He called 911. By the time he got a hold of dispatch, the wall of water had already hit his house. Another resident, she was actually trapped in her house. Morgan talked about going outside to rescue her dog. Once she got back in her house, Morgan said that she could feel it moving and she really thought she was going to die. Chief Cornwall said that this is the worst flooding he has ever seen.
Meteorologist Straub said that the thunderstorm that caused all the damage developed about 10 miles east of Thermopolis and just kind of sat there for about an hour and a half. Megan Degenfelder's campaign for Wyoming governor released a video early Thursday of President Donald Trump doubling down on his endorsement of her. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the push comes with a month to go before Wyoming's hotly contested Republican primary election.
We've got a month before the primary election, which in Wyoming generally involves a huge standoff between Republicans of all stripes. And Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder garnered the Trump endorsement back in January, while the president doubled down on Thursday, reiterating his endorsement. Trump varies on when he gives endorsements. Dagenfelder's is among the earliest that we've ever seen, 7 months before the primary election. She said that she was deeply honored to have the president's support and grateful that he took the time to speak directly to the people of Wyoming.
Trump has not endorsed anyone in the hotly contested U.S. House race, where 10 Republicans vie for the nomination. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 7 teens were arrested Wednesday in a sweeping western Nebraska raid over illegal machine guns and drugs. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that investigators say they found Instagram posts of the teens posing with and firing Glock-style guns equipped with illegal switches.
Federal authorities say that illegal Glock switches have become one of the fastest growing criminal trends that they're seeing in America, with a near 800% spike in the last few years. And that is reflected in a recent criminal case where 7 teenagers in western Nebraska were arrested on Wednesday for possessing these illegal machine guns, as well as cocaine. A spokeswoman with the ATF said that these are really concerning weapons because they're easy to conceal and they fire at an extremely high rate. All of the teenagers appeared for their initial hearing on Wednesday afternoon in Scottsbluff County Circuit Court. This criminal case came to light when investigators flagged suspicious activity on social media, where they saw the stolen guns posted in videos and a series of pictures online. In fact, one of the defendants was even seen pointing it at another defendant.
According to ATF, recoveries of suspected machine gun conversion devices increased from 658 in 2019 to 5,816 in 2023. Agency spokesperson Ashley Sherrill tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "They present a significant public safety concern." More than 23,000 birds and bats were killed by wind turbines in Wyoming in 2025, according to a report presented Wednesday to the State Game and Fish Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to an official, quote, "They're flying around and they're not paying attention to those blades."
Game and Fish, they don't set the policy. It's the Industrial Sighting Commission that really says yes or no. They're the ones that have the power over the licenses for these operations. What Game and Fish does is before the project is built, they come in and they work with the developer to kind of give them advice on how to mitigate or avoid conflicts with wildlife. And then after the fact, they will do some monitoring as well and maybe suggest some solutions.
Wyoming Game and Fish Habitat Protection Program Supervisor Will Schultz tells Cowboy State Daily that in some cases, painting one blade of the wind turbine black helps birds see it before it's too late. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
2, 3, go!
I'm going to let the music play a little bit while I collect my thoughts and while Renee Jeans stares at me. Renee, it's Friday.
Yay!
What's the weekend plans?
Oh, I don't know. Longmire days, I guess.
Oh, that's right. Is that coming to Durant this weekend?
Yes.
Cool.
Grant is there.
All right. So, also this weekend, Gold Rush Days, South Pass. When is Gold Rush Days?
That was last weekend.
Oh, rats. We missed it. That's why you wrote it up in a story, so we can kind of relive it. Yeah.
The experience of Gold Rush Days.
Yeah. Is
For
that
those who couldn't be there?
Is that a big, what kind of thing is it? Gold Rush Days, July 11, 12. It was hot, I'm sure.
You know, there were more livestock there this year than I think I remember seeing any of the previous years that I've been there. People brought mules, they brought horses. There were reenactments, there were bank robberies, there were little skits. That it was fun, you know, and the North Platte Bridge Company was there with, I think, about a couple dozen reenactors, young and old, mostly young. These kids played games from the 1800s, pretended to be teachers from the 1800s. They went in the saloon and sang patriotic songs with the piano player, John. I won't say his name right, Mayan Winsinski. He's been South Pass's piano player since 1974. He's been playing piano at South Pass City. So he is South Pass City's piano man, I'm going to say. And we have a story coming up on him for the weekend. So, you know, it's quite a scene. And I bumped into a guy from Ireland who was there by accident when the weather forecast was 103 where he was going. He was like, I need to find a cooler place to be. And South Pass City won at 87 degrees. So he went there to look around and stumbled into this 1870s gold rush scene. You know, with all these people milling about dressed up in 1800s attire. It's like he stepped back in time. He was dazzled and amazed at what was going on there. And it wasn't even something he would have picked. He's on a tour of the West. You know, he's got his itinerary, but because he strayed from it, he found something really cool and special that he hadn't expected and wasn't planning to do. I thought he was the perfect eyes to tell, you know, that the beginning of that story through what was happening in South Pass City.
Can you imagine? Yeah, those are the best kind of vacation experiences when something pops up that you could have never anticipated. You thought you were traveling miles, you were traveling century, going back into, you had to think, where am I? When am I?
He was just dazzled by what was happening there. And it wasn't something he had planned. You know, he had planned his trip. He knew where he wanted to go. He knew what he wanted to see. And now here he was in South Pass City going, how did I miss this?
Tom Murphy, that's a vacation he's never going to forget. Happened upon South Pass City at just the right time. They were doing Gold Rush Days. Renee Jean was there as well. But Renee, you really get around.
It was magic. I'm telling you, this year was magic. I was going down, entering South Pass City, and this stagecoach shows up, you know, full stagecoach pulling out of South Pass City. I was like, oh, holy cow, what a picture.
It just takes you right back in time, and more mules than people probably in South Pass for this event. I see a lot of mules in the photos anyway.
Yeah, there was a lot. The cavalry, the 11th Ohio brought some people, and they had their livestock. This guy from Utah with the stagecoach had, you know, a full team of mules and then a lead horse. There was a guy with a mule pack train, kind of showing how, you know, gold would have been packed into the city. There were the Platte Bridge Company. Some of them had horses they were using. They were bringing in horses too if people needed them. There were horse rides for the littles, people, you know, kind of squiring them around South Pass City on a horse. It was
so
fun.
cool. I feel bad I missed it. Can we do it again? Let's can it be like a 2-week
Maybe it
event?
should be every month they should do South.
Once a month, pick a weekend.
I don't know. There were probably, I'm going to say there were a couple thousand people there on Saturday when I was there, and maybe there were close to 1,000 on Sunday. So, they pulled about 3,000 people into South Pass City over the weekend.
Well, if you're heading to Never Sweat, Wyoming, sometimes called Du Bois, and you want to wet your whistle at the Outlaw, the bartender might give you a knife instead of a beer. What's happening there?
Yeah, I've been into the Outlaw, and it's really starting to look different now. An artist has bought it, Ben Bartow. He makes custom knives, carves custom knives. He makes a lot of hat pins carved from antler bones. He's used to have an ornament company, carved bone ornaments. That's sold to the likes of Cabela's and Bass Pro Shops. And he was making millions of these, designing these ornaments, and they were made overseas and then sold in America. But lots and lots of them, and all from Du Bois.
Yeah.
This little manufacturing type of thing from Du Bois. But he bought the Outlaw Saloon and decided, wanted to make it look a little different. Brought in kind of he's also in another life was the mascot for motorcycle rodeo up in Montana. And the mascot he picked, or, they brought to life, was the Bone Daddy. And so he's brought that with him to the Outlaw Bar. And I think it's really kind of cool. He's from that kind of biker rodeo world. He's still very involved in that. He's the president of the association that's trying to establish a circuit here in Wyoming, Wyoming and surrounding states. And so, I think we're going to see more interesting stuff come out of this bar in the future.
Well, the Outlaw has always been somewhat of a biker hangout, so it continues to be. You're just changing why you're there, maybe.
But it's no longer a seedy place as it had been described previously.
Right. You're right. Well, it depends. I know it did have a vibe of seediness, but the last time I was there, it was. I'm still here. Wife and I made it out alive, but it's getting a little bit of a glow up. That's for sure. The Bone Daddy rides again, and the knife maker, Ben, is taking up shop. All right. What else is happening? I love any story about Americana and Route 66. Renee Jean getting her kicks on America's longest small town driveway.
Yeah, now I didn't, in fairness, I didn't drive this or anything.
Yeah, virtually.
I just interviewed a couple of people. This Wayne Shell, he's 90 years old. He had driven that dozens of times, in his youth when he was a young Marine, kind of stationed in California and headed back home to Chicago, Illinois area. And, he's one of few people probably left alive that has driven that route when it was a highway. They decommissioned this and it was no longer a highway, even though it just continued to live on in imagination, and places along the route, are proud of the fact that they were once Route 66, and there are little signs everywhere. And there are just all kinds of interesting things you can now do along the route, the ugly crust pie in Texas, things like that all along the route. And some people are reviving Route 66 locations too, and kind of adding to this. I don't know. It's like a small town.
Yeah. It'll never die, that vibe. As big as the interstate gets, there'll always be a need to, remember the old days when travel was a little different.
right?
We had on Habitat for Humanity Executive Director, the one in Laramie County. We were talking about your story on how housing for 8 becomes housing for 12 and that whole project, how it came into being. And it's helping out that community's housing efforts.
Yeah, I think, it's interesting what Cheyenne has done. They've kind of pared back some of these rules that they had. They had rules about how much brick you had to have on a multifamily structure. That's for aesthetics. That's not for safety or anything like that. And it's adding significantly to the cost. You throw in some lot size requirements, you can't be smaller than this. You're adding to the cost of building. And so they've taken a lot of those away. They've changed, they've added like a cottage zoning so that you can have houses that are closer together in a neighborhood that share amenities. They face maybe some green space or whatever like that, and they use the same parking so that, the footprint is smaller, the cost is lower. You can build a few more homes. And so instead of 8 single family dwellings, they were able to put in 6 of these twin homes for a total of 12 homes for people. It's like 30% more housing that they were able to do thanks to that cottage law. I think it's pretty interesting. It'll be interesting to see if that helps Cheyenne address its housing issues. Does that spark development?
Renee, I know you get your marching orders from Cowboy State Daily editors, but I would like 2 assignments if you could follow them out. 2 things I'm interested in. I want to learn more about your story. Could data center jobs stop young adults from leaving Wyoming? Why do young adults, especially educated in state, leave state? I don't know if it's a lack of job opportunity. That's a huge question. But I'm interested to know, for real, how many jobs and what are the jobs data centers bring? I saw a story in, I think, the New York Times that said their data centers are often pitched as these job growth opportunities. And then when you get down to it, other than the building of them, it's a few HVAC jobs, some security jobs, and an IT guy. Like, how many jobs does a data center really bring? I would love to know.
Well, I think I mentioned this in one of my stories, Jake, that the Microsoft data center, for example, here in Cheyenne, I think they have about 230 workers that are directly associated with the data center. Then they have another couple 300 who are security guards. And then on top of that, they have, I think it was around 700 people employed by contractors that serve them. And so I think the employment footprint is bigger than the critics are making out or are willing to, admit. And I did do a story about one of Microsoft's many workers who showed up at the podium and started talking about how Microsoft changed their life, kept them in Cheyenne, made it possible for them to, afford a home, start a family. The guy, I think his name was Tommy Martin. He grew up here in Cheyenne. He grew up with the knowledge all along the way that he was probably going to have to leave the state. He didn't want to leave the state, but the job opportunities that pay well enough to afford a house and a family and all of that, he wasn't finding them in Wyoming, and so he was going to leave. He went to the Laramie LCCC to, or I think it was LCCC, it might have been University of Wyoming, to explore a program, get a degree in IT, because that was his interest. He wanted to be in IT. And when he was doing that, he found out, Microsoft is building a data center here. I might not have to leave after all. And so, he got to stay in Wyoming. As he's working every day and day in, day out, he is surrounded by other people who grew up in Cheyenne and who have found jobs at this data centers. So, 230 employees. He thinks most of the ones around him are people who grew up in Cheyenne. So, 230 people who can stay in Wyoming instead of leave. Maybe that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we need to keep here, but it is helping to keep some folks here with better than average paying jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure that moves the needle. That's real jobs, real people. Okay, one other thing, Renee, I saw the preview of Cheyenne Frontier Days, including the new Shoot 9 and the Morningstar Indian Village. I want to see the review now. Make sure you go, and I want to see it through your eyes. The Shoot 9 I'm hearing all about, the daddy of them all in general, and the Morningstar. I just can't wait to learn what that's like. It opens now today.
Yeah, that's a Morningstar trek is on my is kind of on my list of ideas to pitch, as well as maybe a day in the skybox. What is that like? I plan to pitch those ideas. We'll see what the editors say.
I'm right with you. I like the idea. Great, Renee. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show moving along. Representative John Bear is next after this break.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Okay, I just got to handle some button pressing over here, known as engineering a podcast radio show. Representative John Bear pops in the room, and we're going to have a discussion about his guest column. I certainly see this. I feel this wave of democratic socialism, whatever you want to call it, this resurgent wave reshaping progressive politics. one state at a time. New York, Colorado, Maine, California. Could it happen in Wyoming? Oh, yeah. Representative John Bear, fantastic article. Where do you want to start?
Well, Jake, I think we'd all appreciate a wall being built on our southern border of Wyoming, that is. And I think everybody feels the same thing you do. As we look at the news, there's this idea becoming prevalent in our country that socialism is good and capitalism is bad. Free markets are being impugned at a time when, frankly, people are forgetting that free markets are what made this country great. I'm sorry, I'm getting internet unstable. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I am. It was a little sketchy, but it came through. Yep.
Sorry about that. I don't know why that happened, but hopefully things will go well now. So I think when I look at what's happening here in our community, when it comes to the parade and people being denied their free speech rights, we need to be concerned and we need to push back now rather than waiting for Wyoming to become an extension of the Front Range of Colorado with their Democrat and socialist ideas.
Maybe a surprise for some that Democratic Socialist Malat Quiros' defeat of longtime House incumbent in that Colorado primary. Certainly New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani has made no secret about his Marxist leanings. It's happening across the U.S. Gen Z is particularly susceptible, I think, to the false message. The numbers show maybe 60% or more of Gen Z voters are very enamored with socialist efforts. So what happened in Gillette, Representative Bear? You talked about it in your column where there maybe some misguided one person, I don't know, they would not allow distribution of the Bible and something called the Constitution of the United States. We still live in the United States, don't we? What happened?
Well, certainly a bad decision. But these people are running for office or involved with campaigns running for office as Republicans now. And think about what a softball it is to allow the U.S. Constitution to be passed out on the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence. So to not hit that one out of the park at an opportunity to make a good decision, what kind of decisions are these people going to make in the future when it's really a curveball? And it's a tough decision, and you have to really think about the Constitution. And I've had a discussion with not the decision maker. Ultimately, that was a staffer, and I think there's issues there where somebody who really doesn't understand the Constitution is making decisions for the entire community. And when you're sending out messages that specifically outline the Bible as not being allowed to be passed out, when you're making decisions that say a church can't have a banner up at a booth saying, we're the ones presenting these Bibles and constitutions to the public, this is what I would call viewpoint discrimination. And that middle-level staffer is making those decisions. I've spoken to their supervisor, and that gentleman who's running for office does not seem to understand that the Constitution has to be involved with his decisions as a bureaucrat. He cannot trample on people's rights. And I understand he's trying to accommodate everybody. There's complaints. They don't want the politicians out there, sharing with them their viewpoints, that type of thing. But let's just realize that if those candidates are overbearing, they're hurting their own chances at election. But to have the bureaucracy, the executive branch, step in and say, we're not going to allow campaigning. We're not going to allow the passing out of the U.S. Constitution and Bibles. That is definitely protected speech in our First Amendment and several different parts of the U.S. or the Wyoming Constitution. I'm talking Article 1, Section 3, 18, 20, 21, and 36. These are all violations of the Wyoming and the U.S. Constitution. And so if we're going to elect Republicans, we need to look at, what is their attitude toward the Constitution? And if it's not part of their decision-making process, I'm fearful. And, the ultimate result of giving up ground on these constitutional issues is that you end up getting socialists elected like you do see happening in Colorado.
Right. I mean, it doesn't just happen overnight surprise. It happens little by little. It happens when a parade official or some event official in Gillette says, the Constitution, it's a little controversial. It is the bedrock document of this nation. Oh, man.
Well, if it's controversial, I'd ask people to look around the world. This is the longest lasting Constitution. And why is that? Because our founders were very wise and understanding of human nature, and it really restricts the government. And when government officials don't appreciate that, that's when we have serious problems. And we shouldn't allow even the smallest infringement of those rights. And as an elected official, that's where I come in. Our elected officials have to stand up and say, no more, no more.
Yeah. So, Representative Bear, speculate with me on what these Marxist or communism, socialism, call it any of those three. How will it gain a foothold in Wyoming? We're not going to see anybody grandstanding on that platform as a Democrat saying, I'm bringing socialism to the Cowboy State. It's going to be more covertly done. It will be, and I hate to use the word rhino, but it'll be Republicans that maybe aren't full bore Republican.
Well, and I think that's my point, is you have two candidates here, at least one, ultimately in the decision-making process, and one who's chosen a campaign manager who's in the decision-making process, that really have, allowed the Constitution to not be important enough in their decision-making. And so that's how it starts. I don't believe those gentlemen are out and out Marxists or socialists by any means, but they're the kind that would allow it to creep in. And I just want to point out, think about some of the things that have happened, since the conservatives have taken majority of the House of Representatives here in Wyoming. You see that prior to that happening, it took 3 years to pass a bill that prohibited boys from competing in girls' sports. If you look at Saul Alinsky and those people who are promoting or have promoted socialism and communism, it's this erosion of morality and the family. If you think about destroying America, if you want to take away the free market of America so that socialism can thrive, you have to attack the family. You have to attack the middle class, and that's what's happening. And so, conservatives have got to stand up, and voters have got to understand who are the conservatives and vote for them if we're going to keep Wyoming.
Amen. Representative John Bear is here. The guest column, How Long Before Wyoming Elects a Socialist? Representative Bear begins his piece with a mention of the 1971 seminal book, Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. I was blissfully unaware of this publication, but after Googling it up, I see it's kind of enjoying a resurgence in this day and age. That's concerning.
Yeah, and I'm apologizing for the internet connection. I don't know why this is happening, but hopefully you can hear me now. And yes, this is a matter of vigilance. You think about Benjamin Franklin's comments when the Constitution was completed, and he was asked, what kind of government do we have? And he said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, this is where it's time to step up and keep it. And it's really dependent on the voters. There are a lot of evangelical voters out there that don't show up at the polls and that are not involved. And that is, I believe, the moral majority that would really push back on a communist and socialist type of growth in Wyoming. And so I hope that those people take our governance very seriously and show up at the polls.
Yeah, midterm elections don't really drive folks in numbers to the polls, but they should. They have to. We're a month away from August 18th, so cast your vote. You live in a country that affords you the right to cast your vote for your elected leaders. Representative John Bear. Occasionally your video froze, but the audio was fine all the way through. So a very good interview. Great talking to you.
You as well. Thank you, Jake.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. We got one more interview. We're going to talk to another House rep. I'm sure a colleague of Representative John Bear. Ann Lucas joins us right after this quick break.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
So this weekend marks the opening of the 10-day rodeo extravaganza known as Cheyenne Frontier Days. Daddy of them all starts now, today, July 17th. Also starting this weekend, opening this weekend, is Christopher Nolan's adaptation of The Odyssey, which has garnered a lot of pre-release press, if only for the fact that Ellen Page, or Elliot Page, the transgender Canadian actor, is playing some kind of Roman gladiator at 5'2", 120 pounds, something like that. But now I think it's better explained now that I read this. Hold on, hold the phone. You're not, as a moviegoer, you're not expected to suspend your belief, suspend all reason when you go watch the 3-hour marathon that is The Odyssey. Combined with Elliot Page's remarkable acting, which allows you to believe that a one-time very tiny girl, she was small as a woman, now a tiny girl/man, could be a Roman gladiator. It's going to be a lot more digestible because of the acting prowess that Page brings, and also because you're supposed to watch this thing in an IMAX 70 millimeter film theater. Christopher Nolan is saying, my movie, you're watching it all wrong. You have to see it. I mean, apparently there's not many of these 70 millimeter IMAX film theaters. This is the first film shot entirely on IMAX cameras. I thought we were already doing that, but apparently not. Christopher Nolan's adaptation of The Odyssey, which some critics are raving about. I think it gets early pre-weekend great ratings on Rotten Tomatoes and all the, critics sites. I think it's doing really well. The critics are saying you're going to love it, but it is meant to be viewed in an IMAX theater, an official IMAX 70 millimeter film theater, which will give you way more exciting effects. It'll give you some 3D feeling without having to wear the glasses. The whole movie was intended for IMAX, which I don't know how that helps us 2 months from now when it's on Amazon Prime or Netflix, but maybe that explains how in the world Elliot Page could be a gladiator. And I know, I don't know The Odyssey, but I know Elliot Page plays a character that's not necessarily a Roman soldier. I think it's somebody who does more thinking than fighting, but still. All right, what's happening in the Zoom room? I'm scared to even look. Oh yeah, Representative Lucas is here, so we can do that safely, I believe. Let's play some music for Representative Lucas. Oh, it's like scary music. I don't know if we should be scared or not. Representative Lucas, hi. How's the campaign going?
Good morning, Jake. Thanks for having me. It's going great. It's a little hot, but outside, but otherwise it's just going great.
It's not the weather to be out there beating the streets, shaking hands, and kissing babies. It is hot. House District 43, that's Laramie County. Representative Lucas has achieved much in her time there. We'll talk about that and wants to achieve even more. Let's start with meaningful property tax relief. I know it was important to you a couple, 3 years ago, still is, I'm sure.
It is. It is. We got 25% tax cut. Honestly, the House, we were looking for 50%. Politics, I've learned, sadly, is a lot of negotiation, a lot of patience. Man, we waste a lot of time too. But we did have to compromise on that with the Senate, and folks are happy to have 25%. We'd really like to get 50. Let's go.
It's meaningful. Every little bit counts. It's meaningful. There may be some better, longer term solutions. In Laramie County, I think it's digestible. In some of the other smaller counties, have you heard your colleagues say, hey, this doesn't play the same way in our county. This is going to hurt us.
I have heard that some, and I'll tell you that a few of us who are kind of the numbers-minded people have gone through all of the county's financials, published financials, just to see how bad it is. And I'll be honest with you, we have some special districts that in other places that are feeling a pinch. And I think that's something that we'll have to look at in some way. Honestly, special districts, even in Laramie County, are seeing a little bit of a bite because they get a lot of their funding from property tax, most especially from residential property tax in Cheyenne. And I think that with the county sitting on $500 million in reserves, they could probably give the special districts a couple of $1 million to tide them over.
Yeah.
And that's not the case in all counties, though. I realize that.
Yeah, some counties did get a little government revenue bloated, especially during COVID. We were learning to live well beyond our means, I think. Representative Lucas, by the way, is somebody perfectly suited to be looking at dollars and cents. You have a former banking industry background. I mean, you're all over that.
Yeah, I'm an accounting geek. I love the financials. I that's all I did for a living was every level of retail banking. So from being a teller on the line at first to being in executive management at banks and credit unions, I understand finance very well.
All right. I want to talk about some more of the campaign platforms, things you still want to get accomplished as I look at your website. But first, let's switch gears. We were just talking with Representative Bear about, the potential threat of this democratic socialism wave sweeping the nation. From there, I want to leap off to your background, your beginning. You were raised in Illinois, I think the Chicago area, in Illinois with a Democratic family. Now, has the party left you, or have you left the party, or was it a little of both? Where are what is the Democratic Party now, and why are you no longer there?
Well, I was born and raised in Chicago.
Yeah.
And my folks were very political. My joke is I never met a Republican until I was a grown woman, because it just didn't exist at that time. So I was really familiar and tied into, interested in politics in the Chicago arena. And then as I grew up and became more engaged as a voter, I realized that some of this stuff, and I was already working in banks, I was already going to college. I went to college as an old person, and I took a class every semester. So I did college for like 20 years. And as I continued on that journey, I realized that what Chicago was doing politically wasn't going to be.
One thing Chicago is notoriously good at was having the unalive voting for years and years, which is probably sure voting is done right.
I have, and I've seen a lot over the years, and I married a military man, and we moved around a fair amount over the years. So I've seen it in a lot of different places. And of course, Chicago kind of invented that, I think, with letting people vote early and often. My mother was very political, and she could tell stories of how that worked, with the precinct captain slipping a wino on the street, $5 to go vote again. And there were no computers back in those days, of course. Everything was hand counted, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, I've seen it a lot. And I also know, too, that from an auditing perspective, I was an auditor, that auditing isn't intended to catch people doing things wrong, but to protect and make sure that things are being done right. So having good controls in place, even before something happens, is a wise practice.
Representative Lucas, let's talk about secure borders, illegal immigration. Wyoming's a long way from Mexico, or is it? Are we influenced by problems from illegal immigration?
I think we are. I don't think that it's as bad here as it is, for example, in San Antonio, which is right on the border. We are a ways away, but we do have an illegal population. And I'm not saying that they're all criminals and deserve to get locked up and kicked out, but I think that we need to probably look at our path to citizenship, and let's get the right people in the country, and let's make sure that, if these folks aren't really contributing to our community and our society, and they're here illegally, well, let's make a decision on that.
If I were to write a textbook on how to bring down a nation from the inside, I'm going to start with the family unit and deteriorate that. Strong families are so key. What does that look like for a lawmaker? We can begin with the K through 12 education funding, that whole recalibration. I mean, building strong families, is that important to you and your campaign?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's the core for a strong and healthy society. We have allowed the government to encroach on parental rights far too often and too much over the past 50 years. And we have to ask those questions. Why is the government doing this? Why is the government funding adult-level sexual content in government-owned libraries? Why is the government allowing government-run and owned schools to provide such content to children in public schools? Why are your tax dollars paying for that?
Representative Lucas, one other thing, Me personally, I like the fact that I have good electeds and representatives caring for my interests. But I also want to know, I want them to be invisible when I want them to be invisible. I don't want to know government is always there in my life. I want to pursue life, liberty, without government intrusion. It's a fine balance if you're a House rep.
It is. So I favor small government whenever we can. The government closest to the people is the best for the people. We're lucky to be in Wyoming where every single person can make an impact locally and at the state level. But sometimes we have to get in there and do something that is for the good of all people in the state and not just one county, for example. And when I find that our local government isn't getting it done, maybe there's a protection we can put in place. And I'm not looking at restricting the government, but rather what is best for the people. I don't work for the government. The government's not going to vote for me, but the people are the ones that I'm here for, and they're the ones that put me in office. So I always look at what's best for them.
State House Rep Ann Lucas is with us as House District 43, Laramie County. Laramie County, well, I guess that requires me to ask you this, and all lawmakers, really, the topic of the month is data centers. My goodness, where do we stand? We want to be economic growth. We love the idea. We don't want to be fearful of the next thing. Wyoming has a history of embracing energy or whatever it is, tech. Digital assets, data center falls in line with that, but there are concerns people have about them. Where are you with the whole data center thing? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm spending a lot of time on it, learning, talking, asking questions. I just did a poll not long ago within my House district to find out what people think about data centers. And it was a series of 10 questions, and it was a bipartisan poll. And overwhelmingly, people in my House district are concerned or don't want them. Every single person wants more information.
Yeah.
We fear change. People, it's human nature. And the way to combat that is information. Actually, information overload is what we need right now. People don't feel like they have the answers. And I'll be honest, Jake, I don't think that our local governments have been very transparent on this. They can remedy this, though. Can't do much about the data centers that are already in or being built or contracted. But for the future, maybe we don't have to put every data center near a neighborhood. Maybe they shouldn't be within 250 yards of a playground.
Yeah.
So we need to ask hard questions and get some hard answers.
Representative Lucas, just two more things. What are you most satisfied that you have accomplished? And then, of course, that leads to the next question. What do you still think needs to get done while you're rerunning? What have you done that you're proud of?
I'm really proud of the property tax relief bill. I sit on the revenue committee and I helped craft that, and we beat that one up for over a year. And so I know a lot about that. I co-sponsored the ESA, the school voucher bill, and I'm very proud of that. And I get a lot of folks in my district that are very, very happy about that. And we're looking forward to that making an impact even on our public schools, because public schools statistically tend to improve when there is a school choice program in the area. They do. Test scores go up. I'm real happy with the recalibration bill. I think that the House and the Senate did some real good work together on that, and we should see some good changes happening in our school districts because of it.
Yeah, might need some from tweaking up, some tying up to some unintended things, but you got it done. I mean, it's been, 15 years? That budget session did get a lot done. My goodness.
I'm real pleased.
What do you still want to do? We got a general session coming up. What are you still after?
Oh, I've already listed a couple of bills, so I'm already busy getting ready for the session. I like transparency. I think that the government really shouldn't be doing anything that you can't see. And unfortunately, it's very hard for citizens to see what is happening with the government sometimes. It's hard to find and it costs a lot of money. And so those are things that I want to fix. I want to see people be able to get court cases, court documents online. We have this little thing called the internet. My bill didn't get anywhere last time, but it will this time. I'd like to see more availability. I would like public records to be revised so that it's easier for citizens to get public records when they request them. I did a public records request recently, and I'm a legislator, and it took 29 days and cost me personally $150 to get that data.
That's not right. I want to know how my lawmakers are voting. That should be easier. How did you vote on this, and this, right?
It is there, but it's not real easy.
Yeah.
And I agree. We're trying to get that fixed. What we have right now was a compromise, and at least the information is there for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Representative Ann Lucas. Find her efforts on cyberspace. Reelect Ann Lucas for House District 43. She's at AnnLucas4, 4, Wyoming.com. Learn more, donate, do what you want to do. Thanks, Representative Lucas, for being on.
Jake, a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Have a great weekend. Stay cool.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Look at this. I knew we'd get there. It's the weekend. Can you believe it? All we had to do is plug away for 4 hours. I got me to the weekend. Maybe you got a little more, little ways to go, but I got there. Don't forget, Jeff Rickett has you on Saturday's show, Cowboy State Daily on Saturdays. Jeff has a great show lined up for you. Big thanks again for him for covering me last week on Thursday and Friday. And thanks to all of our guests today. We covered a lot. Tony Sabaj was on first thing today. And Tony talked about how we can keep ourselves safeguarded in a dangerous internet world. There's so many scams going on. There's scams that Tony highlighted that I knew nothing about. Weird scams. People always trying to get into your bank account, steal your ID, your identity. Tony gave us a lot of great advice. Todd Thomas, this idea that AI is going to take all our jobs. Todd Thomas was on. He said that's not necessarily the case. He's finding AI is creating new job opportunities. Luther Propst, Board of County Commissioner for Teton County. They want to build affordable housing on top of a morgue. And Luther said that just shows you how desperate the county is to get housing in place. It's an issue. Dan Dorsch, he's building housing for Habitat for Humanity in Laramie County, and he popped in to talk about his latest efforts. Sheriff Bakken, Carbon County Sheriff, got us updated on the condition of that wounded deputy. Long road to recovery. Aaron Brown, Highway Patrol. Representative John Bear was in not long ago, and Representative Ann Lucas. What a Friday. Enjoy, Jeff, tomorrow. Have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.